Welcome everyone, it's NECC playoff time here on this wild Friday evening. Moving further into the night, you're going to see a lot of talent, these awesome students in these programs ready to fight. There are position stakes at hand to try and make the national playoff tier, and a lot of tiers that will be spilled for those that have to go instead through an LCQ. I'm Hail Monkey Man. In case you're wondering if there will be a second person, that is a mystery that we'll learn later on. But for right now, I will be guiding you on this pathway for this Rocket League playoff. We're gonna go over to this first set up for you guys. We're gonna have our first matchup. It's a Mid-East Emergence Division playoff. This championship between TMUB, which is Sobo, Human Shrek, as well as Deshi K's. And this squad has been perfect all season. Led a few games here and there, but otherwise they went 7-0, 9-0 to this point through the semifinals of the playoff, trying to finish the perfect 10-0 spring semester. But in front of them is a familiar opponent, as they got the likes of Saginaw Valley State University. The Cardinals bringing it in with Bobby, Ankuya, and Achi. This squad, and the last time they faced off against Toronto Metropolitan University, it was an 0-3 sweep against them, trying to rectify those wrongs. And in fact, this squad has been able to take down the #1 seed in this bracket of the Dayton Flyers Blue Squad. They did it in game number 6. They had to start their run, taking down Defiance in a 3-1. But we will be going into our first game where, again, the stakes at hand, trying to make that national position without having to go through the LCQ. LCQ scheduled currently for this Sunday. This Emergence Division playoff really wants to set the tone for the rest of the evening. I got to see some playoffs yesterday for challengers over there with Mount Aloysius whenever they actually got defeated by Juniata. So it's really cool to see all these different programs getting themselves a foothold in a nice position to try and make that long run. It is basically through the end of the month, and several teams, especially up in the Legends division, looking to get themselves over to Texas for a massive dub. But for right now, it's TMU, it's SVSU, and it's going to be us going big, bad, and loud here with game number 1 just in a moment. And of course, for the rest of the schedule of the night, you're also going to have me in just a little bit as we go over to see the Tigers of Mizzou versus the Carthage Firebirds. That'll be a nice rematch because that was game 5, and we'll talk more about that here in the near future. But of course, appreciate you guys being with us on this fine and wonderful evening as we kind of roll it in. This squad in particular, last time that we did get to see them during the regular season, that 3-0 sweep, TMU, they held the likes of the Cardinals only to 2 goals scored. They were able to nearly complete the perfect sweep. Game number 3, a little bit tighter, and that's when the Cardinals really started coming alive. But otherwise, SVSU wasn't able to get anything started very fast, and that's something that's going to be so necessary for the Cardinals to really get up with. We go to game number 1, though. It's best of 7 territory. This is what we'll be finding. Can Toronto Metropolitan simply complete the 10-0 record, or will SVSU be that single blemish on what could have been perfection? Sobo, looking for a chance to give it over to Human Shrek. Great connection. That's gonna be a double commit, though. It's a nice way to at least force SVSU to bite, and that's gonna be some just provocation to force this defense out of the way. Lots of long distance offense from the midfield line onwards, and then look how they're already sending the second man. Oh, the follow. I think Sobo got in the way of it because that was Deshi. Had a great look at the net. It was going to be a very quick 1-2 bang sort of situation, but I don't think that it was completely on target. SVSU has been under fire here in this first minute of play. Now it's a best of 7, which means it's a long way to go before anything is complete, but you want to start off with a tone setter, a soft ball there, and Human Shrek is going to find a connection. That was a fantastic save in that upper 90. That one by Deshi. Ang is going to try and keep this one nearby, as again the Cardinals will be on the retreat. A great find around Sobo. I want to know who's going to be the established battlefield commander here for both these teams. Making sure not to overcommit. Keep calm. It is a playoff function. Crossbar. Roller. And that's Deshi. Take the pace off the shots. And that's TMU. Makes the best of it. That crossbar ended up being such a boon off the initial touch. And then the follow-up was able to escape any of the defenders out of Saginaw Valley. Cardinals have not really been offensive as of yet. They've traveled upfield. They had one moment where TMU was forced to get that upper 90 save. You got to see that in seconds and triples. You got to see extra efforts. That one's going to force Deshi, who has been very involved so far. Oh, but Sobo really finds the big dig there as TMU not at all sweating. Back pass, Sobo. That goes over to Human Shrek as Deshi's going to be the next man up and looking for more chances. A huge clear over the top, but that's a lot of boost stolen right in front of the face of these Cardinals, and got to see if solid connections will be there. That's a great back angle shot. Ends up just flanking on the outside of the post, and so a singular touch, a one-touch offense that will be Toronto Metropolitan. Sobo has played slow and looks for a teammate, and Deshi, that no touch is really going to be fiending them. That's a great one too. It's going to go backboard. Will the second be there? They try. Simply can't get there at all. Oh, every time that they give a little bit too much respect, TMU just kind of lets it play out, and they play that to their favor. Nice undercut there by Deshi, and Aang Kuya will be in chase to try and give it to a teammate. So we go to just possession ball right now. This has been some pressure, but it's not cooking too hot for either team to handle, especially for TMU. They send Saginaw Valley State pack, and they've got their one goal, and that may be the only one they really need. Games 1 and 2 of that BO5 in the regular season were 3-0 and 4-0. So you know that it's really up to the Cardinals to get themselves a better identity offensively. Lucky that no one was there. Drown the box, try and flood it in. Now it's a team bump. Deshi, too much power. This is SVSU trailing after TMU in earnest. Huge find. That's pass two. Human Shrek may have the entirety of it, but no, it's going to be Deshi that must retreat and does find the ball into safer waters. This is a good challenge by Aang, but no one is there to try and punish it after it on the arc. Kind of bouncing as fast as they can, jumping when they at least see open tiles. They know that these moments are starting to manifest in front of TMU's net, but the Falcons really haven't been too much under fire. Deshi, oh boy, can't get away. Aang upfield, securing the bag. And Bobby just had to put it on target. It was Deshi that accidentally put it towards his own net. I think that was going to be threatening regardless. They were just trying to flip to get some speed. So TMU, for all that worth, end up seeing it go against them. We're tied up. Looking for a double. Denied. Deshi. What a find one. Finds another one. Now finds the upfield swing. The counterplay. And they get a touch. They get a bump. Sobo to anyone. The crossbar. Now it becomes a foot race because the counterplay could go right back against them. Sobo in connection. No. Deshi and Human Shrek simply get in the way of it. Off the sidewall. And that, if they find Sobo awkward, could be money. Deshi Kaze. Right around the corner. That's going to drop down. Aang has to send it backwards. Couldn't quite get the feed or the read. So, game number 1 is overtime when you know it. Even with that first bit of offense, TMU did not build, but SVSU did not break. And I think that's the biggest function that really you can give over to the Cardinals, especially. Now they've really started to ramp it up against the Falcons here of TMUB. Bobby with a fine, no extra boost, has to let it go. Both defenders are there in the third, and Sobo finds it as well. They get a pinch and a clear from it. Big bump. Deshi didn't know that physicality would come about that quickly. We're gonna go into this minute-long moment here in overtime, and some of these passes are starting to at least characterize themselves into this orange half. Team UB needs to make sure they come away with it, but it won't be. Aang Kuya instead. of Saginaw Valley. Great connection, gets it past 2, outruns them, and then right before Deshi can make that cut, that's going to be the Cardinals on top. Game number 1. They slowed TMU down. Then they just had to drag them into overtime, and they found better opportunities. 8 shots on both sides. Aang really finding the lion's share of those moments with great feed, at least on one of them by Bobby. But TMU, it felt like they left a little bit on the table. So we're going to be going into game number 2 momentarily. Now, this is already a different story than what it was in the regular season, where it was a 3-0 sweep. Getting a game here is a huge confidence boost. These two teams haven't seen each other in a while, though. That was week 4 of the regular season. So now that they've been making their bracket runs, you can see some of the extra learning that's been happening for both sides. Cardinals, maybe their offense doesn't ramp up too high, but they simply need to slow down what the Falcons of Team UB are going to be doing. So good job so far. Able to really kind of showcase that their side of the group stages that were happening for the regular season was very strong, considering they both came from that to make it into this moment. But now, with Nationals up for grabs, especially a nice spot that they don't have to work through a weekend tournament, they're going to be trying their darndest. So SVSU, they want to put a single L in the column that there's still just a giant 0 for Team U Bold, because otherwise they're going to have that perfect 10-0. You go to game number 2. SVSU. You have that game 1 win. We'll get that updated for you on the old screen there in just a bit as we side out how this emergence playoff gets going. Deshi. Oh, they had a free net. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Cardinals. They'll find it. Deshi just ended up with a lot of it, and then a demo, unfortunate. The demo found the player, and then through the smoke, fire, and flames, found the ball, and then OG'd all the way back. Saginaw Valley getting a freebie, but Deshi is getting what he left behind. Aang with a little bit too much power as that one punches out to the top of the box, and that's just free for Deshi to kick forward and see if they can put some extra spirited velocity behind it. Ooh, running it down. Already seeing how they can take on the numbers, because Osobo as well as Deshi have committed up into that moment, and then you saw that 2-1 counterplay. Great drop back into that corner. Bobby making this awkward for TMU to have to defend. And that's Achi that's trying to climb the ladder. Look how Aang is slowing everything down. Aang is definitely going to be the main handles for Saginaw Valley to stay just cool, calm, and composed. Working against this TMU Bold team. Aang arcing it wide and across. And the first minute will come and go. And we're all still tied. Apparently, Aang ate my cat. Well, no, I really hope you get a new cat. 1:15 here in game 2. Sobo wants to find it on the outside angle, but it's really difficult to do from inside out. Oh, what a dunk, but it goes behind, and they're trying to just maintain this upfield. This has been a much tougher thing for TMUB to do. They've been challenging pretty often, really just kind of breakneck speed with not a lot of method to the madness. Big demo, though, and that's given them a couple of moments of resetting the rotation out of Saginaw Valley. All the way up and around. They just waited it out. That is a cherry pick. Ugh, it's a tough one, and yet it was all of a decoy. Sobo is the real monster. They rotated out. They saw what Human Shrek was going to do, but it was all Sobo all the time. We're at 3-1 now with nearly 2 minutes bled off this clock. TMU trying to get themselves back into this series. That is not the way to do it, but Anguilla, that's not how you want to do it either, because that was a free net. Should have come away with profits. Now it's a massive bang, but Aang ready for it. Bobby's not going to be let to turn upfield too quickly, so they slow down the Cardinals on what could have been a counteroffensive. Great control by Sobo. Bobby gonna wait out Aang. Oh, pinball! And unfortunately for SVSU, they don't come away with a tilt. Dangerous moments to try and take control. Right in front of your own box. Oh boy, that's gonna be left out in open waters. Maybe a redirect. The nice pass. Recognizing that they just didn't have the shot initially, go to the keyed up player in Sobo. Human Shrek had a free net, but just give it to Sobo. You're in good hands. Sobo was the one that drew 2 defenders to cross cut in front of their initial touch. And that really just cleared the defense out. The TMU had an easier time. Oh, Deshi somewhat disappeared. Woo, look at that redirect. Sobo again. We're finding Sobo to be a constant. It was Deshi in game number 1. Deshi's slowly quieted down. They're able to challenge on top of him. Achi. Oh, sidewall instead. It was a tough angle, and they had to immediately get that read. Aang is going to try and do it to the backboard. It's not free as Sobo goes right up that post. Spider-Man style. Nice passing play to try and continue this up. Bobby. Bump. This is a good attack. Has a bit of aggression to it, and they didn't get rid of Deshi. Deshi out of that play would have been money.com. 3-1 with 80 seconds to go. They're just going to leave it. Again, Sobo. Iron Fortress. Sobo's the one that helms the rampart. Another setup. Deshi's going to burn through that boost and then get it away. Not dealing with any extra nonsense. Cardinals flying around. This bird fight. At this point, aerial superiority has been owned by TMU as they've been able to air it out time and time again. The Cardinals just can't break beyond much of this defense, especially because of Sobo. Set up to anyone, even if it's just to the box, that's gonna fly. Sobo looking for a just out of left field redirect. If they could, they're gonna try and feed it to Deshi. Achi gets one and then gets demoed. They get to sit at the respawn and see what will happen later. Bobby, hook shot. Oh boy, that comes off the crossbar. Human Shrek is wrecking it right away. And that's probably in the last one that really does much. They get the defense to bite. Deshi K's simply sees no one in the way. I mean, when you free the net like that, just take an angle shot, work it right through. So 4 goals. This one much more like TMU. Their offense got stuttered, but this series has definitely started. They're going to tie us up. We're going to go into best of 5 territory now as TMU B is able to get this one in a much more dominant, controlling fashion. Oof. Okay. With 8 shots on one side and 7 on the other, SVSU was right in the thick of it, but it was Aang that instead of being allowed to be much more offensively minded, you see those 4 saves constantly having to start on the back foot. But TMU, they had a share of 6 saves as well, and so they were going up and down the pitch as a unit. I think that's really what kind of defines what this team does. They don't simply kind of boomer ball chase and hope that something comes out, which is really what SVSU looked to be limited on in that second game. It was much more of TMU be in a position where they could dictate evolving offense, and they found a lot of open opportunities. There was just sometimes when the defense was double committing on top of each other and just simply, like, it looked like the comms were a little bit messy. So clean that up. Just try to not overly panic, not overcommit. Look, you had the leniency to do so because you got the first game. We had a tone set. The trend has not been set, though, because now we have the split games. We go to game number 3. If TMU contend to start a trend, then it will be in this game. But we can see this counterpunch style. SVSU has to match them with pace, which has been a little lacking. Let's see how this goes heading into game number 3. go to this segment with TMU and a much more dominant feature. Obviously, Sobo is going to be one of those that just simply has to be isolated from the get-go. That's not quite a free net, but it's a great angle. Looking for the back post shot. Deshi just simply doesn't bite, and that's really been the discipline out of TMU at this moment. SVSU off the demo, Sobo! Able to spike that one top 90. It was Deshi Kaze that just found a defender, turned them into ash. That gave that net a high percentage velocity chance for TMU to score on. First 45 seconds, they do get a demo, looking for the double, and that's going to be a double commit up field. Bobby just simply has no boost. Well, they're going to have more boost as soon as they hit the respawn timer. First minute moves all the way around. And it's TMU that seemingly in control, but this has been an obliteration fest. Great concentration and connection off the pinch. Human Shrek leaves it to Sobo. They're trying to key them up again from the box. Lurking a bit too often. Look at this lineman play. Everyone just going up for the block, and Bobby then spins around and ends up bumping into their teammate Nachi. But that's what they were trying to accomplish, is simply getting that net a lot freer by running through the defense itself. Nice pass. No connection there by Human Shrek. Eshikaze in the wings. Another pass over to Sobo, who does commit up onto it. That becomes a demo, and this could turn into more, but Human Shrek finds a better piece. Do they elevate in time? No touch. Great touch, though, by Bobby. The defense couldn't get there. Bobby could. Nice punch kick. Stopped, waited, and Deshikaze couldn't get that read. Bobby with a heck of a dunk down. Dead center net to tie us up. Two minutes here in game number 3. Remember, this is not going to be for match point as of yet, but that doesn't mean that TMU ain't going to be throwing these shots. Sobo with solo control. And it was just about, can they get this one widened out from the wall? The answer was yes, and it was a solid shot. Put right back through. TMU was able to reobtain this lead. SVSU has kept track and kept in lockstep with TMU. It has been a competitive feature, but they have to build more than just one goal. Sobo does overcommit. That's a nice find. Nkuya actually ends up on a wall dash to then get that one kicked away. Bobby is just going to drop it into an outside corner, which means everyone from the Cardinals really needs to be finding boost and then sweeping around together. That's exactly what Nkuya is allowed to do. He has a ceiling. Looking at Bobby. Oh, it was a nice set piece. They had pre-jumped. They just couldn't get there. Then it becomes a double demo. Opposite direction, 1-for-1. Big trades. There's been so much physicality. So many demos at this moment. He's lurking right in front of the box, trying to keep Deshikaze uncomfortable. But it's Sobo that is the one that you need to get rid of. Less than 2 minutes to go. This has become a lot of neutral ball situation. And again, this is simply to get the lead in the series, but not the match point. We're on best of 7. So it will be at least one extra game before maybe that gets decided who's going to be in a much more comfortable position. Deshikaze and Human Shrek communicating to try and combine with it. And Sobo lurking just outside of the box for less than 100 seconds to go. Sobo put to the respawn. Look how far back Bobby is. I think they were waiting on that corner boost. Sobo will be delighted to say that they have their own corner boost and will be waiting them out. Great navigation, good challenge. Achi goes all in. That means Sobo has a look. Trying for the crossbar. Is there a crash of the net? No, but it becomes a 1-2 pass. Sobo, off the goal line, and somehow SVSU gets away with it. Now they can counterplay. Now they can clear. Gotta think that one could have been free. 50 seconds remaining. Eshikaze simply forces SVSU to punch up, and they do. They find that corner boost, steal it out. Sobo with a nice takeaway, and actually recognizing that they have to get this ball turned around. Soft bouncer. What does Bobby do? Sobo's in an awkward position, so Bobby just goes and capitalizes on that. Let's check this one out. Achi didn't exactly send it yard, and Bobby just kind of backed up, threw it in reverse. A strange situation all the same, but you find your second goal regardless. 30 seconds. Team UB. They've had the leads. They've not kept them. Oh, Human Shrek. That's a great idea coming from the outside or the backside post. Ishikaze on a solo run. They don't need nothing else. No teammates don't need to be able to get a pass, turn, burn, and earn that goal right in front of Achi. Wow. TMU keeps getting these leads, and that's going to be a tough one for the Cardinals to find a way. A soft flick. Human Shrek, no connection, but they don't need it because Sobo finds it instead. 4 seems to be the magic number. Nkuya wishes that that 50 didn't go to one of TMU's teammates, but simply waiting for it is what ends up being the payoff. All right. SVSU is now going to go down in this series as TMUB will come up in game number 3, 4-2. One better were the Cardinals, but they just couldn't find an edge over the Falcons. 7 shots on either side. The shooting department has been pretty even. It's really where the saves and then the transition thereof permeates. Deshikaze at 1 goal for 3, but it's 3 assists. 100% participation from that player across this pitch. And then with 4 saves, really kept TMUB in a great position to just run back upfield and move forward. That's honestly kind of the big moments there, because we've seen Sobo have to really be that all-star at times, and then we've seen Deshikaze that's really stepped up to the plate. Human Shrek doing just fine. They are a glue to get between both of those players, but otherwise SVSU hasn't had that same level of consistency. That's something that really must be established, especially now as game number 4. Remember, not match point, it's best of 7. Game number 4, if TMUB can get this game, they will be on match point. They're going to force Saginaw Valley State into a terrible position, as they would have to win 3 games in a row. Got to tie up this series. You were able to limit the offense in game number 1. That was a 2-1 win. Now you simply got to find your own offense. You've gotten 1, then you got 2. That's super cool. See if you can get to that magical number 3. Or can you slow down the Falcons? You go game 4 to see if that's in store. Well, Nkuya. They can definitely slow him down, and they can take the ball and they just go home with it. Deshikaze, wow, thought they had a good 50, and Nkuya said, nah, you don't. Okay. First scores and early antics. Oh my goodness, TMU hanging out in the hexagons just in front of the SVSU net. Sobo has a direct line, and he's going to force the defense to jump late, stealing that boost and really playing for the long con, especially as they get 2 ginormous bumps. But it goes a favorable direction here for the Cardinals. That's a shot on target. What a save by Deshikaze. TMUB. No need to panic. They have that lead series-wise, and they can really work it back. Off of the backboard 3 times, though, go the Falcons, and that's now allowing SVSU to try upfield for this counterplay. Deshikaze is in just an awkward spots, and at minimum, it got them a chance to try and get it over to Human Shrek to Sobo. weird passes and really just waiting for these reactionary moments are Team UB. This seems to be kind of the crux for teams that are in the lead for this series. That's an overcommit on the defense. They get him to bite. Atchi goes forward. They recommit. That's going to be off the interior post. You have to feel like TMU should have come away with that one, considering how they just iced over all the cars for SVSU. Another chance. As many times as they want to bring those hammers and try and just batter down the door defensively, you have to actually get to a flip reset gain by Deshikaze, trying to work off of the demo earned by his teammate. Even then, just aren't scoring, and it's not exactly under their control. SVSU has really battened down the hatches and slowed down this Falcons attack. Cardinals. They don't have a lot of boost right now. Haven't had a lot of boost on these transitions upfield. Becomes a nice 50 in favor of TMU, but it's found in a great transition by Atchi. Atchi's going to rotate out. Doesn't go for the corner and can't quite grab a snag of the ball. They're immediately looking for a teammate. This is going to bounce backwards, and that's going to be a commit up by both Deshikaze and Human Shrek. So Sobo is going to give them a moment to rotate. And they're a no boost warrior. Now call them the big boost warrior. What a passing play. Oh. But the execution was just a half car too far and too fast. 2 minutes approaching. Simply keeping them honest. That's a double commit. Now this is an upfield play. Seeing if they can get them with the advantage. What in the world kind of passing? Is that just bink bonks off of two separate players? Falcons on the return. They recover well, going to the corner, and that's going to be a direct line shot off the interior post, and that's going to be Bobby. 2 goals now for the Cardinals. TMU has just been committing circus acts, and then they keep 2 on the near side post. And that double commit frees up the majority of the net for SVSU, and Bobby is slamming on home. Sobo with no 50 on the follow-up, but that completes the early run there from the kickoff. Sobo looking for at least something here, and that should be enough to give them time. Looking for small pads, maybe even a big boost. Oh, you don't want to give it away if you're Human Shrek, but they do follow it up. Good responsibility there, considering that would have been dangerous to hand off over the Cardinals. This is still a winnable feature depending on if they can get possession, but SVSU has done a stellar job. Atchi, looking at ya, and they'll take it away from you. 3 goals, great tick up field. Sobo doesn't get a bump, and Human Shrek just left to jump. It looked like a pretty boostless arena out there, and Atchi was just filled to the brim with all of that velocity. So 3 goals. I was asking for a third. We've seen 1, we've seen 2. The third apparently is a W. Unless this last minute just goes absolutely crazy. Looks like that we're gonna have a tied series going to game number 5. Great shot on target. Sobo just can jump. Human Shrek doing the same thing to get in the way, but the damage has been done. The work has been accomplished. SVSU is just making sure that the best offense becomes a fantastic defense to not let TMU do anything upfield. 20 seconds. Cardinals are making sure that this won't be easy for the Falcons. TMU, lots of work to be done. SVSU knows the exact same thing. That goes crossbar. It gets finished off a double with Nkuya. Almost forgot they were even here. But then simply coming out of the shadow zone, finishing that work from Atchi. Nine seconds to go, and that one will do it. SVSU making a statement. Regular season 03, not for me. Not gonna worry about it. Atchi with an exclamation point. Just to showcase that they will dunk on TMU. You can't take these goals with you into the series, but it does feel good to put a big old 5-0 against your rival. All right, Saginaw Valley, not at all dead. Not yet. Not one bit. They've been able to get in lockstep now with Toronto Metropolitan. Okay, 7 shots, by the way, for Atchi of the 13 that Saginaw Valley brought to this, allowing only 6 in total. Atchi's shot more than all of TMU combined, and they forced them to have to get 7 saves of those 13. Walking away with a pretty stellar percentage non-saved shots. So, all right, SVSU, not just catching fire, but they have to be able to catch even more momentum, because so far, the only team that's been able to string together a couple dubs has been TMU, but they erased that. Really took the wind out of the sails of Toronto Metropolitan being able to get that big game win. Yeah, it was kind of over by the 3-0. Even the 2-0 looked pretty dominant considering how long they just denied TMU from being able to get to the net. Now, the thing is that TMU, they had a presence on the defensive half against SVSU. So, got to make sure that they still continue to walk away with nothing off of those efforts. Much of the post was just ringing so loud. So, SVSU, see if fortune favors them, but TMU, they know those shots and they know those points were left behind. Let's go to game number 5. Match point guaranteed to the winner of this game. Be able to give them advantage for the long portion of this best of 7 championship series for this Emergence Mideast division. Atchi, big proponent for success. I like the ideas that we're seeing already from Deshikaze. Now, that's a player that's really been creative about opening up chances. Look at this 1-2. That's going to go backboard, and you see that they kind of go up to the wall, slowing the pace down. Double demo with Atchi and Sobo. That's really the 2 key stars out here. Now, off the field for all of a moment. That forces everyone to reset. Human Shrek, nice soft back pass, and that's got to be a defensive fine for Ankuya. They do it. A scoreless opening minute. Kind of a rarity between these two teams. Someone's been able to find it. Whew. Dangerous idea by Human Shrek, yet not punished. Deshikaze turns and burns. Another double demo. This one is Bobby and Human Shrek on each other. This is going to be a non-threat as it just kind of goes backboard, but it's enough for Ankuya to force this defense to stay back and give his teammates a chance. 1-2 turn. That's a double commit. Can the shot be on target? It goes right to where both defenders just jumped. That's unfortunate for SVSU. Great find, though. Atchi now trying for the hook shot. Look and see if they can fake him out. Force them to step. And that's another counter play off the sidewall. Right back to him. Sobo sees every Cardinal in the world go to roost onto their defensive box. 2 minutes. Now finally off this clock, and where in the defense have they gone? Bobby ends up stepping up to the plate. It's a little concerning. Atchi has to back up and take that midfield boost. SVSU upfield on this connection. No one there to fill the gap, and Bobby will have to stay further back. Is that third man? You really can feel the kind of pressure of the situation and of this game, considering that match point is up for grabs, but they're not overcommitting the third. On the turn, Ankuya was wanting to be there. Bobby got there all the same, and Sobo, that's a back pass. He's going to try and set up a blocking play here. Instead, has to rotate out, and now trust in both Human Shrek as well as Deshikaze. Nice back pass control. This is ball control here out of TMU. Looking for the double. Nice, swift launch from backboard, but Ankuya now going to get isolated. He could get bumped. Ankuya has no extra boost, trying to just simply flip back to the ball. Can he hook shot it on target? Does, but Sobo ridden that one useless outside. This could come down to simply a 1-0 win. I say that now, but maybe suddenly we start opening up the scoring line. 150. Bobby back, has to deal with Deshikaze. What a redirect. Too much power. Human Shrek. Whew. See how Atchi immediately told Ankuya to get out of the way. Now he's gonna boom it. Sobo. Wanted more, but a bowler by Atchi from out of nowhere. As this one started to turn around, Sobo brings it out. Bobby off the wall, and simply put, Achi outspeeds Deshikaze, thinking that it was all safe. He had taken that corner boost and decided he wanted to do something with it. Finally, the dam breaks, and SVSU comes out the better. Achi looking for one more straight up from the kickoff, will be denied early. $80 seconds for SVSU to either maintain this lead or build upon it. TMU sends it yard. Oh boy, that is so dangerous. Bobby sees his life flash before his eyes, and now a chance offensively. No touch. Sobo goes in, and that one will go yard. Human Shrek to the backboard, and there's enough power to send it out to midfield. A team bump works out. Calculated 3 times. The chat is now obsolete. Nkuya with a shot, a pass. Oh, Achi had a chance to get back to it again. 40 seconds to go. SVSU with some good looks. TMU, they're breathing down their necks. Oh, Sobo. They're trying to outspeed the Cardinals. You see Human Shrek on that turn, but they had 2 defenders right in the middle of that near side post. Sobo, they're only going to get a few more looks. TMU, can they bring it out late? This is a gut check call. Match point right around the corner for the Cards. Off from the backboard, no one crashing. Sobo, they're not even going to be able to get to this ball the right way, and now with no boost, have to take this possession all the way upfield. Not gonna happen. SVSU are on match point, championship point now in front of TMUB. Again, this time around, because last game was a much more lopsided 13-6 shooting advantage in favor of SVSU. This time, it's 8-7, like we've been seeing for the majority of these games. A lot of saves on both ends, and this was just a 1-goal diff, a 1-0. And so, SVSU, they're going to be now for at least 2 games, depending on if they can get it done in game number 6, or if it will be stretched to game number 7, they will have match point. And that's going to put TMUB in a do-or-die situation. This Emergence Division has been very tough. Both these teams now have had a lot of lessons learned. It was a 3-0 by TMUB over the Cardinals in regular season, but that doesn't matter anymore. That was more than a month ago, a month and a half, I think. And this is really SVSU that is in their prime time. This is to qualify into the national playoffs going into the later portion of this month. And TMU doesn't want to have to deal with the LCQ. Neither one of these teams wants to deal with the LCQ. But still, admit it's going to be around the corner for at least someone coming out of this. But otherwise, they just need to play to their strengths. They just seemed like they just couldn't get a clear shot on target. What all the plethora that existed there at the end of game, much of game 5, didn't really in game 6. First few seconds, a bouncer, Human Shrek, making a splash here. 9 seconds in. Look at that carry by Deshikaze and the connection. They wanted it to go off of Sobo, but the backup plan is Human Shrek. Team UB strike first. Team UB. That is a huge moment for them. Human Shrek, that is a huge back pass. But you know what? They found a second connection, so everything's fine. So TMU being able to get that first goal really at least sets a reversal of the tone against SVSU, reminding them what they're capable of. Look at the dunk. Achi and Bobby will commit into that moment. Nkuya is going to force Sobo to come out to open grass as he separates from the wall. Fantastic read otherwise. Oh, Nkuya. Now it's about some bullying against Bobby. Sobo, in familiar waters, has to retreat. More than a minute has elapsed here in game number 6. And SVSU, remember, it was just a 1-0 win there in game 5 to get themselves to this moment. They, in fact, do have the series lead. So it is actually 3-2 right now. But TMUB trying to find these infield connections. Deshikaze finding it difficult. Sobo has been locked in from the start, and it's kind of been these lapses here and there for the rest of their players to try and get going. SVSU, Bobby, that's a nice knuckleball as that just kind of slow floats all the way beyond the defender, but they find it at the last second. Ankuya, it's around Deshikaze, but not much. What a fastball special. Sobo is a stronger car. To the backboard, Sobo pretty patient and poised. They get it past the second. The third gets a pinch. Not a favorable enough downward angle. This one goes to the midfield, or rather to the midpoint of game number 6. That's a free net. Bobby just got to secure it. Make sure it gets through. Oh, Achi was trying to help him out. Maybe could have been a lineman if he could get that block. Possibly had more velocity and a better angle. Ankuya gonna go to the backboard looking for a dunk pass. He sets it up, and that's gonna be Achi on the follow through. Tied at 1. What a bang. Stole that boost, separate from the wall, sets it down ever so delicately, and Achi then brings a sledgehammer to this fist fight. Reminder that you may see a 2-2 up there, but it is currently 3-2 series lead in this game 6 for the Cardinals. Ankuya on this catch and go. They're on championship point right now. Team UB has to catch up, has to win this game 6 and force this BO7 to go the distance. Big demo on a human Shrek who has been otherwise trying to just simply get some of these demos, these bumps, but look how slow everything is. This is the most awkward moment here for Team UB. They're trying to key up Sobo. But it's a 2v2 in that moment, and it's another giveaway. Achi wants to make the best of it. They lose control. Almost looked like they were trying to gain some ground and gain some velocity from a weird flip musty. That's a dangerous threat. Stretches the width of the post. End to end yet again. Oh, we're at 120 to go. Oh, the shot. Top 90 for Achi. That now puts SVSU in a winning moment. Ankuya stretches it, and Achi finds it from the farthest portion of the ball, and Sobo just wasn't ready for the accuracy. "77 seconds. Team UB, they need a goal. They need it soon. Gonna go crossbar. Sobo already on the pre-jump. It came out with a little bit too much pace. Achi is hoping for another redirect. SVSU, don't let it get away from you. Team UB, they've got to find one another. Great passing play. It goes underneath. We're tied. Team UB. Never say die. Deshikaze sets it right back down. Gives it to their MVP of Sobo. Cardinals. Can't panic. You want a chip? Well, you got to bring the sauce all the way out. 45 seconds to go. Trying to get it completed to win this Emergence Mid-East Division and get themselves to the Nationals. Game 6 has been tough for both these squads. TMU, oh, that's all the way upfield. They've given up a free net, and this defense has been smoked in bad ways. Sobo gonna commit. That's gonna be off the backboard. SVSU. That's an open net. That's an open net. That's an open net. Deshikaze gonna punish these cards. That goes to the backboard. You see everyone up. I don't know why in the world Achi was all the way in the corner. But that's exactly what TMU is gonna just take advantage of. Game 7 could be looming. It is at least lurking. Nice takeaway. Sobo doesn't get the secure. We've seen 4-2s late. Looking for the two-man play, but what a mean streak here by Human Shrek. One more. It's going to go all the way out and must go yard. There's no one there to help him. It's a Game 7 Division Championship here for this Mid-East. Wow, this is going to be a wild one, folks. 7-9 SVSU. It looked like they had stars in their eyes, but they got blinded because of it. And that was just steady as she goes for TMU. One more in store. That's all that's left for both these squads. So this is now just an entire spring semester boiled down to a single game. One game for this Emergence Mideast division. Only one. And that's what's got to now be painted, the picture thereof, as we go into this matchup. It's been a wild showcase of resiliency. It's been a chaotic bit of moments. We've seen Achi pop off. We've had Sobo do the same. We've had Deshikaze be able to find these stellar passes. And we got to see if the Cardinals can bounce back. There have been these 2-game streaks traded back and forth between these squads. It went 1 and then kind of just 2-2-2-2. Well, 2-2, and then now we get to see if TMU strings that final championship game together. We're going to go into game number 7 here momentarily. I appreciate you guys being with us for the long haul. Up next, we're going to have even more matches going down. But this one is the trophy. This one is the chip. This one is for the entire semester. Human Shrek, picking up where they left off. Oh, no. Wow. Great finish. If you are SVSU, you cannot let everything just devolve. Your defense has really been a little bit crazy, and you've been opening the gate a little bit too much. Achi, no boost. They have to wait it out, and that boost steal, they're going to be thirsting for some extra in the tank. Achi does at least get some clearance, but Sobo finds way more power from underneath that ball. SVSU has to take over these outside lanes and then win the midfield. They get a nice cut just around Deshikaze. Oh, superb control by Human Shrek, the unsung hero. I've seen Deshikaze and Sobo have pop-offs, but Human Shrek has just been consistent. That's really what TMU has as a stellar secret weapon. Deshikaze wants that one a little bit underneath the crossbar. Maybe a bump play. Ends up being a 2-man sweep along that goal line. They were just tied at the hip. That does isolate one player left behind. Achi with the no touch. It just kind of a midfield wonky moment between these two squads. Well, we're through the first 15. Oh, he gets everyone to bite, and it's gonna be a finish by Deshikaze. TMUB extends that lead. It was a great pickup by Sobo, and that miss, be it a bait or otherwise, forced everyone to jump. And so now SVSU finds themselves further in the hole. Gotta lock in if you're SVSU. These Cardinals, job was never done at the moment, and in this moment, Nkuya, they find fortune. They strike pay dirt, and it was just a weird ball. And Human Shrek, I don't know if they didn't have boost. They simply went up and spun. Cut the lead in half. See what else comes about from it. Sometimes you just have to try. What in the world is that save? Deshikaze not expecting it, neither was I. First 2 minutes really dictate a lot and define a lot about a series, and rather about a game. And TMU looked like they had just sold out to go and get control. SVSU taking lessons learned. Filling the gap behind. Bobby is able to force a massive clear. They go to the midfield, and Sobo is trying to get that corner boost. They will get demoed before it becomes much worth to anyone. Nice little tumble. It goes end to end widthwise. The SVSU is trying to punch that to the furthest part in the back of the net. Filling that gap. Achi, look how far back they are. That's exactly where they need them right now. Human Shrek wants to Goomba stomp them. Doesn't get him an opportunity to do so. Midway mark of Game 7 for this Emergence Mid-East Championship. SVSU fighting from behind. TMU, whew, big demo. They got the man advantage. Sobo gets bumped. Can they take advantage of this? Sobo ends up just using it as a moment to step up to the plate a little bit early. That's on target. Oh, it's not. It's wide. Achi had a chance. And now Angkuya, they'll dunk it through. Both goals coming out of Ang. Bobby ends up off of that 50, skying it high, and then getting a chance for SVSU to come right back into this series. Eshikaze is looking for an ounce of control. With 150 to go. Oh, Bobby needed to find this, otherwise it was dead to rights for Deshi. 100 seconds. A lot of demos being traded back and forth. TMUB hunting down a championship. SVSU surviving long enough to be relevant in their own. Oh my goodness. That one, a lot of collisions. Luckily, Teshikaze for TMUB is able to get to it. Sobo with a huge clear, and everyone has to reset. Achi waiting on ball control. Good possession. Teshikaze. Oh, to Sobo. That's going to waterfall down. Better watch out. What a dunk by Deshi. Falcons keep cycling off this 50, knowing that it was in a dangerous moment. Bobby had to wait on timing, did not know where the shot was gonna go. 3-2. SVSU. They came back into this game. It's a foot race because it's gonna be an advantage. Just secure the ball, and Achi brings it back. Chaos from kickoff. They find two players from TMU going high, and Human Shrek overruns it as fast as he could. Didn't get the ball out of harm's way, bounced it down, and what a plunge into the net. SVSU strikes back. Now with a minute to go, do we have overtime or do we finish this one in regulation? On this cut, Angkuya with good control. 45 seconds. You see how far back Human Shrek is. Sobo as well as Deshikaze. They're going to take care of business upfield. Now Deshikaze is going to be in that corner. Actually, they come out to midfield. They're going to try and work him, and then get over top. Deshi finds a hat trick. 30 seconds. This shootout to the very, very end between these two rival foes. And Achi just not expecting the pickup from midfield. SVSU. Can they drum up another heroic moment? Huge demo. Bobby is going to bring it onto the outside. Deshikaze is going to try and milk this clock. Oh, from the post. It will bounce up. Still winnable. Sobo to him from the outside corner. Don't overcommit, but they have no extra boost. Achi over the top of one. Where in the world did he go? Gotta get a bump on a Sobo, and the defensive mastermind stays strong. TMUB take it in Game 7. Get the comeback after being down in Game 6. They will be your Emergence Mid-East champions. They've got a bid going over into Nationals. SVSU will have to try again later in the LCQ. Oh, 2 versus 1 at the very end there for Sobo. And Sobo simply wins it by just a gut check. They maybe could have gotten a bump on him. It's so hard to do that when the ball is just floating nearby, and Sobo simply stayed focused. Job well done by the Falcons of TMU Bold as they were able to bring it through, and now they get to sit pretty going into next week and see what other players and teams may come. But there's gonna be more teams and more players coming up next. We have some more matches coming up in just a bit. If you want to stick with us, I really hope you do. Grab a snack, get some agua, and hang out with us. This is more of the NECC Rocket League Spring Playoffs coming up in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC Rocket League Spring Playoffs. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside the legend that had to join a three-letter agency. Don't tell anyone. It's FBI Tugboat coming at you as we get to go into our next playoff. Tug, I think that you maybe saw that we went to Game 7 in that previous series, but we're upgrading from Emergence to Champions. We could actually have another Game 7 actually here pretty quick.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is Game 7. This is where they live in the postseason, Monkey Man. I had to come in and give you a little... I saw you doing a solo, man. Having such a good time with it. Figured I'd come in and join you for a little bit. We are looking at the Carthage Firebirds Red taking on Missouri coming in just a little bit. Like you said, we had an insane Game 7 barn burner previously to continue, or start, excuse me, this broadcast.
Yeah, it was a wild one. It was so close, but then at the very end, it ended up being just a kind of a big takeaway by the likes of Team UB. But, as we see a lot of these teams, they're going to be firing up, trying to get into a position for the Nationals, because that's what's at stake for the wins through these spring playoffs. You have another chance when it comes to LCQ, but it does feel like, you come so close, depending on how these series go. But you know what? It's nothing to it but to do. We're gonna check out our players as we get into these rosters as well. We've got the Tigers, we've got the Firebirds. Let's check out what we got for Carthage. We have Datsun, Sai, and Vale. This three-player squad took the Tigers all the way to a Game 5, and honestly, they were on pace with them every single game except for the Game 5.
Yes, a very good point. It was all the way back and forth throughout that regular season until the very, very end. Missouri able to bring that one back from the brink. Dotson, Sai, and Vale making up this Carthage Firebirds Red squad. Let's go ahead, take a look at the Tigers at Missouri. This squad coming in to do battle. The virtual Rocket League pitch, Crims, Exodia, and OTSN. Got any advice on this one, Monkey Man, OTSN?
I mean, for OTSN, I haven't seen them as consistently, but I think a lot of this comes down to Crims and Exodia that really will be dictating this. OTSN, I think, will be mostly just from the lack of me remembering how it was in literally week 7. I'm like, all right, what we got on the docket. But yes. I remember saying Exodia obliterate in a big Yu-Gi-Oh way last time that I casted these guys, so they're probably going to be very impactful in this series.
It's entirely fair to, excuse me, that's entirely fair assumption on this one. OTSN, I was mostly asking, I'm not going to lie, I was mostly asking for the pronunciation. If there was like an Otson or something like this that I was missing here, but OTSN it is, Monkey Man.
I mean, it'll work its way out. I mean, we could go with Otson. I mean, we could... What does OTSN stand for? What do you think? This overtime season name?
Overtime season name. I love it. OTSN, if you did not have a acronym for your name beforehand, well, you got Monkey Man to thank for that one. You do now, my friend. Let's see if the naming here gives the Missouri Esports the name boost, the caster boost, whatever you want to call it here, to go forth and do something similar against Carthage Firebirds that they did during this regular season.
You know what? I think I found a better one. Well, otters take small nibbles because they have very small mouths. So,
makes sense.
Vale!
Feasting already, dude. Jeez, 6 seconds in. You can basically call this a kickoff mistake.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we'll give it over to, because 6 seconds, the average kickoff is actually about 7, so they do it a step faster, and I want to see what Mizzou will bring to Carthage, because this is a team that can just absolutely outscore and outpace the Firebirds. But the Firebirds were able to really keep this one dead even for a lot of their games in the regular season. Carthage has actually not lost a game in the playoffs, won by virtue of a forfeit, but they 4-0'd in that semifinal as well.
You better believe they 4-0'd in that forfeit as well. Didn't drop a single game, Monkey Man. There you go. There's Crims now with the tying factor here. Memes aside, this Carthage Firebirds Red squad is very well equipped. They are firing on all cylinders as a trio so far. There's a whole other level of kind of mental fortitude that comes around with making an early mistake and then coming right back. What is this, 25 seconds later, Monkey Man, to give him right back with the business.
And I believe that we're actually on the opposite side of the... So we're backwards on the overlay. So, that'll be fixed here momentarily. So that does mean that Mizzou is getting back up in a big way. So maybe Frostbite was OTSN. So we don't have to worry about otters and their tiny nibbles. We just have to worry about the giant chunks that are being taken by the Tigers on these Firebirds.
Yes, we'll get those fixed here in a bit. The way I always operate Monkey Man is until the graphic gets changed, right? Like, there's no point constantly trying to remind people back and forth. But, yes, regardless, team in blue doing fantastic so far. Exodia and the rest of Missouri. Little demo action right here. A shot to the inside, and that's another tying factor from Vale.
We have 4 goals in 49 seconds, Tugboat. I think they saw that previous series and then just got very wanton to get on the board themselves. Kind of a bit chaotic and really just taking advantage of these fast placements, especially from the middle of the pitch. But I want to know how they're going to get some of this consistency with passing. Really hasn't been developed long-term style. It's really just been 1-2 connections and seeing who's ready for the reactionary goals.
Yeah, and that's the entire thing about playing reactionary as well, right? You have to be proactive in Rocket League. Like, they always say the best offense is good defense. Well, that's in professional football, folks. If you just spend all the time on offense, you can't spend all that TOP going your way, that time of possession, well, you're going to do well in the great game of Rocket League. This is decently centered. Sai just trying to find a nice, even bounce. Crim's better plans for this ball. Nice takeaway there from Vale right off the top as well, Monkey Man.
Yeah, honestly, when I speak of Rocket League, I like to think that a stellar offense is an amazing defense because they just never get to move upfield. And it's much the same right now as the Tigers try to be able to sweep in and everything, it's all fixed up, not just on the field, but on the scoreboard as well. So everything reflective accurately. Sai is shutting down Crims in open waters. Frostbite looking to make that turn, and they just get outpaced. I don't think they had a lot to get around Otson at that moment, but still, Mizzou setting up. They have a 1-2 passing play. Frostbite just can't get underneath the crossbar.
That was about as close as it gets. A little demo action there from Crims to even up the numbers for them a little bit more. Frostbite intercepting this one across the middle. Crims going to easily pick this one up. A little 51 there. That was from, might have believe now that the corner. Exodia Frostbite realizing this one, cutting that right down his side to stop that. It's as best that they can. Crim is back against the corner wall. Frostbite against the top backboard and down bottom. Crims manages to find a way in edgewise, and third shot will yield the second goal for Crims.
Frostbite has been all over this backboard and all over this perimeter play here, Tugboat. As soon as they got way more involved, there's a level of consistency that the Tigers have now established upfield. Now, the last time that these two met, it was 3-2. That means no more scoring will happen. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. History might repeat itself, but there's a lot of time still left on the clock, and Carthage still looks like they want to head upfield.
There's a lot to be said for history repeating itself and whatnot, but this has been a high-flying and super high-scoring game thus far. A little bit less than halfway done, or a little bit less than halfway left, in this game number 1 of this best of 7. And I gotta disagree with you. There is gonna be more scores in this one, more attempts and more pressure here. That's Exodia just trying to get this out of their box. Frostbite, a little bit of a better play in trying to meet it aside. Great job from Crims and an offense going the other way.
100 seconds to go, and you know that they're at least lurking. They're looking. They're gonna be opportunist if the idea of be able to present itself. But at this point, Carthage has not gotten beyond this pretty tight wall of defense that Mizzou has put up at the midfield, let alone their own back half. Crims with a set piece over to Frostbite. It will be overran. Exodia will have to retreat, and they're just going to get around what is a soft musty from the low ground and then immediately turn. What a clearance lane here for Mizzou, and Crims tries to make the best effort on that. We're approaching 1 minute to go, Tugboat, and Carthage is setting these up.
Yeah, they are. They are. I'm not feeling so good about my prediction earlier, though. 60 seconds. I was going to assume 2 more goals at least. Crims coming up and loses the 50. Now, an attempted pass out to the middle. Frostbite puts this a little bit farther than the nose that he could sniff. Now Carthage looks like they're going to be heading back the other way. No boost to be spoken of over here for OTSN. Got the sword there for the T as well. Want to wax philosophical about that one, do we?
It's the over sword. I don't know. I forgot all my names of my swords, but they're trying to be able to cut through regardless. Tigers, they're trying to at least give you an extra value to that prediction. But Carthage has just been started out stuck in the old nest, but that one's not stuck in the net. They get the dig out. Vale finds a save. Crims wants to put some consistent pressure, but we're approaching the 10-second mark. Carthage needs a goal if they want to send this to OT.
Yeah, and that would be in a fantastic way. No caster bias, but we want OT. We want elongated best of 7 series. We want full game 7s. We just got one of those. There's a pop play up. This is dangerous. Exodia just completely willing to ground this ball out, and Missouri, the claws out sharp and fast early for a game 1 win by a 1-score difference. So it was not a one-sided affair by any means. Till really you look at the shot attempts, OTSN kept to not just no shots, I should say, but no saves, no assists, obviously no goals there as well. Quadruple zeros there for OTSN. Everybody on the side of Missouri getting up at least a couple of shots attempted, and everything assisted on the side of Missouri as well, goal-wise.
I just figured out what it is. That is not an O. That is a D. That's Datsun. You're not an esports player unless you spell your name in an obscure way that confuses production.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel kind of dumb about that one. They literally said Dotson on the sheet earlier. Like OTSA, what could that possibly stand for? Actually, you know what? This is a meme. This is a joke that me and Monkey Man were doing. We knew the whole entire time we were just feigning to be stupid for the memes, for the clips, for the lulz. That's what we.
I just want to make sure you guys knew. Yeah,
exactly.
You get to have fun.
We know. Do you know what it means? Like, because we know. Like, you have to tell me, otherwise I won't know that you know before, because I know. I just want to see if you know.
Yeah. But what we do know is that the Tigers went and repeated history from the last time that these two met up. 3-2. I, was half joking when I saw about 2.5 minutes to go and they hit 3-2 and that they wouldn't score again. Then they went and didn't score anymore. So wonder if 3-2 will be around the corner. The key difference, though, between the regular season and this one is that was BO5. This is BO7. So there's a lot more opportunities for both these teams to get on the board more.
A very fine point. I'm 0 for 0 on Preds. Batting 1,000 right here. Monkey Man, a shot over Exodia. Remaining strong here. Speaking of batting 1,000, Exodia was getting everything done on the offensive side of the game earlier in this first of this best of 7 series. Now showing up in the defense, Monkey Man.
Trying to just get those deep dives if they can. Carthage has peeked into that back third. Sai has both at least an attempt, as well as some fans out in the chat that want to give them some of that extra value. Really the fourth man, if you will. That's a huge find by Vale, who found one of those massive kicks that got them on the scoreboard to begin with. And Sai will cut off Dotson just to set them up again. But look how far back Vale is. This is not... Well, it turned into at least a try. They challenged for it, and they slowed it down. But that becomes Exodia. Is that an own goal? No, it's going to be a save.
Wow, okay. Stretching space and time on that one. Frostbite getting the epic save against the teammate, I think, or maybe even their own shot. One way or another, it's like a kicker coming down and getting the tackle on their big booming kick, right? Always gonna love that.
That's exactly why you have those giant punters. What a save! Crims is getting bumped by Sai. Wow, just enough so they wouldn't be able to back up and find a better lane to go for it. This has devolved from Champions Division to Navigators in a very fast moment.
You gotta know the deep NECC lore to get that one, folks. The 2 minutes into this, and color me surprised. I gotta say, we had 5 total scores in game number 1, a decently high-scoring affair. We got nothing. Zilch. Donuts showing up right now, looking to turn that into a breadstick with Sai, but couldn't quite get the angle on that one, Monkey Man.
Yeah, but game ones, they're always kind of wily. They're always a little different. We had 4 goals in 49 seconds. I really think that kind of spells how both these teams were just chomping at the bit to get out onto the pitch. But yeah, this could end up in a 1-0 venture, depending on how some of these 50-50 clauses end up established late term defensively. Frostbite, no boost, looks for an outlet, gets it in the way and form of Crims, but it comes right back around. Nice redirect. And even without the pace, that keeps the defense honest. Tigers have not been able to leave this cage.
Yes. A shot on goal is always going to force the hand of a defender. This is momentarily taking not just boost away, not just forcing them to utilize one of the only finite resources within the great game of Rocket League. Also to have to reposition, force a rotation. That's a great demo. This is some pressure. As Vale says, pressure creates diamonds, Tugboat. What are you talking about? Oh my God!
Well, diamonds may shine bright, but I think these Grand Champs shine a little bit brighter. What a separation by Exodia, and they get that flip reset for the finisher. They flip themselves away from the wall, get separation, knowing the ball would hit the ceiling and drop straight back down to them. That's some extra calculations that I just can't accomplish at my age.
Yeah, cue the Monkey Man gif a la Zach Galifianakis Hangover with all the numbers in the air, just looking at the algorithms and stuff. And yeah, I don't get much from that. I do those calculations, I get the color green.
Oh man, hey, I know how to count. Green, G-R-E-E-N. See, I'm counting. But
go,
for all the letters and numbers, there's no defense to be seen, especially even from the rip of that respawn. It ends up going straight through Frostbite, which is stellar control, making sure to finish what they started.
Yeah, and this is just off the back of Carthage pouring a little bit more, like that extra 15-20% in.
Drop back through for Vale as that one goes right through and in. Carthage finds a way, finds an MVP, and finds a moment for them to be able to get themselves on the board. This is starting to look very familiar, considering that we had a really fast start for both these squads and now being able to cut that lead in half.
Yeah, unsurprising that this remains a one-score difference. So you got to the two-score, the insurance goal, all of a dozen seconds or so. Back and forth, that's how game one went. We'll see how if this one finishes and Carthage finds themselves in a similar situation where they're down by one, pour it all in offense and find nada in the last 60 seconds.
This has been a rabid one here from Mizzou. They've been able to find a lot of these 1-2 plays in the box and then just kind of overload it. Crim's in an awkward position but can rely on Exodia, and this is exactly what is that extra effort that gives such value to the Tigers. But finally, the box, at least more populated by the Firebirds. Flying right over, flying right in. Vale will burn some extra boosts as Crim sets up for it. It's going to go just into the hands of Exodia, and they're picking and pushing them from distance. They have to get some of these players out of the way from Mizzou.
Great job on the rotation here for Carthage. The immediate reaction. Oh, I was going to say the immediate reaction is just try and leave a single man back, maybe to deal with it. Get a long pitch pass down from your side of the field here, but as it is, two-score difference. Carthage, no reason to give this one up quite yet, but the writing may be on the wall, Monkey Man.
It's at least put in pencil. That's the kid that didn't want to get caught using maybe pen or paint, but eventually there may be some extra graffiti that is there a little bit more permanently. Dotson finds it from the crossbar, and maybe one extra simply to keep the 3-2 history relative. I think this one will fall one short of that. The Tigers, they'll be finishing off game number 2. They get themselves a nice 2-0 lead here in this series.
Mine goes to this. Was game 1 truly what we're going to be getting throughout this series, or is this game 2 more so the move, and has Missouri figured it out? Given that Carthage dominated in the shots attempted here, I'm going to say this is nothing more than just a mild difference from our game numero uno there. 3-2 victory for the Missouri Tigers in game 1, 3-1 victory for the Missouri Tigers game number 2. These are close numbers. I do not believe we're going to see a sweep whatsoever, but Carthage has got to get it up here in game number 3 because nobody wants to be forced into a reverse sweep situation, Monkey Man.
Especially a best of 7 and a championship, like for the Champions Division. That's the toughest way to be able to do it. Now, the key thing is that this could end up being a sweep, and if it is, it will be one of those mathematically tight sweeps that is just all right, it was a sweep, but it was competitive. Mizzou is forcing the trend after a game 1 that was a bit wily in the first minute, then ultimately secured for the latter 2. Is Carthage being more depleted offensively in the other direction. They've been very secure, especially Exodia coming up, not just with some highlight offensive plays, but they've been able to really kind of fill the gap and just up and down the pitch. They've been let off the leash. Now need to see, can Carthage get themselves in a better position, get a little bit quicker, because they cannot let the Tigers dictate this pace.
Yeah, game 3 here, you drop it, and forcing a full 4-game run on a situation anyone wants to be in. Carthage. No unfamiliar stranger to pressure here. That was looking like something beautiful right there. Fortunately, Missouri kind of reads this one out. They've checked out the book, and they like the author. Exodia on out to Frostbite, way too high, and then some interference on the defense. Missouri on the defense now.
Just reminded me that I think I made some goals for this year to actually read some books. Totally have not. Eventually, I may find a good author. I'll take suggestions from anyone, really anything, especially with that read. Oh, Crims, what a save.
I'll take reading suggestions from Crims when he's able to look up and down a defense like that and see exactly what's about to happen. I remember for a lot of my life, I thought like making goals was like mild cringe. Like, you know, like I'm just gonna live my life, man, and go after the things that I want every day. Nah, that's stupid. That's stupid. Write down your goals. Go after them. You know what I'm saying? Review them at the new year. Part of this is my birthday is on New Year's Day, like actual New Year's Day. So I always thought it was silly to try and like, you know, be like, oh, I'm gonna change my life significantly in this way on my birthday, you know. But fact of the matter is, folks, you don't need it to be your birthday. You don't need it to be January 1st. You don't need those 2 days to be the same day either. You can make positive changes in your life, right? I'm a motivational speaker for y'all.
You know what? Put everything that you just heard in the last like 30 seconds on a poster. I don't care how much text needs to, that font needs to go down. You're getting the positivity, and positive movement has been Carthage moving upfield. Now, the negative for them is that they could not get beyond the Tigers. They did keep them planted back, and that is something that was a pattern occurring from the previous game and onward. But eventually, Mizzou was finding a lot of value upfield, and they came away with 3 goals, and that seems to be the magic number. Dotson with a chance gives it over to that shot with Vale, who really has been the main striker for this Firebird squad, but no one's been striking on, well, at least through the net as of yet.
They really haven't. Exodia, Frostbite here on the defense. That's a huge kickoff there from Crims. A demo in the middle. Vale, that's on target. Exodia comes out of left field with a big boost behind. Get a save and a stop exactly was necessary. Now halftime right now, little bit of dangerous looks, and Vale finally breaking the seal 5 seconds past halftime.
It took a while, and Crims took the best lane. Exodia much the same, but Vale just never left. They took a note out of making a goal for their life, maybe this year or at least in this game, and they were inspired by Tugboat to be able to get through that goal line. So finally, Carthage grabs themselves a lead. It's been a while since they had it in game number 1. It was a brief venture then. Now, as everything's been opened, maybe the Tigers can strike back as well.
We'll see how this one goes. Missouri not wanting to lay down. That is a great attempt down bottom from Exodia, but no boost afterwards, and getting beat on the 50. Missouri goes to the defensive stance.
Crims to Frostbite. Cannot forget about Frostbite and how just clutch they were to really elongate some of the offensive plays. But it's Sai. I thought that one was collected. This was at the top of the box. Exodia, they confounded here, and then Frostbite just overcommits on that turn behind his teammate.
There you go. Keeping the offensive pressures alive here for the Carthage Redbirds as they spread their wings for their first 2-score lead. The insurance goal has been purchased. So my alert Geico, little State Farm action.
It's in good hands right now, especially because Sai just comes screaming through, slaps you with an early premium, all paid off, and they make that an even stronger insurance position. Now, you know, Carthage, I was wondering where their offense went, and here it came.
Yeah, get all these Chiefs players off the commercial. Sai, there's your new spokesperson. Throw him in some khaki slacks. We'll sell 1 billion policies. Dotson coming out to this one. Down bottom, easily given away. Missouri just kind of looks at this, be like, well, they're scoring a lot. We want to do that too.
It's like me after I got hit by a deer last week, making good on taking advantage of that insurance policy and seeing what leniency comes out. I had a lot of repairs, and that actually made my car look pretty cool. Theirs look cool, getting that shot. Sub 100 seconds, but still a lot of time for Tigers to get right back into it. Oh, but what a bouncer! Sai! I think that's a Hattie.
Wow, yeah, I believe it is. We'll check that one out for the confirmation. Vale to Sai. Sai actually getting like the wheels down on this. What do you call this angle?
I mean, he got bumped up to ceiling, and then immediately it just meteor striked down into a pinch with Vale. I don't even know. They just kind of pancaked down. So the new number is 4. Oh, from the crossbar and out, though, as that will just ring the gong.
Yes, it will. Back and forth. 3-score difference down here for Missouri. This is not only a situation they've not found themselves in before within this series, perhaps during the regular season. Also requiring, 20 seconds per goal, and that's just to tie it up. Not going to say it's over with yet, but again, fires are dwindling here for Missouri Esports.
Still trying to light a spark, but it's a wet wick, and it's not getting dried out anytime soon. Firebirds, though, red hot on the other side of things, and making sure that the Tigers are on notice that this is not a lame duck situation. They are coming in to be able to fight for this championship and get themselves into that Nationals position. 30 seconds remaining. Carthage has done all the work necessary. Simply need to put their name on the paper to get credit for it. And I mean, Tugboat, looks like that we finally have a series on our hands.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. A back and forth. And Carthage not going to go so quietly into the night. The flames will not be extinguished here. 10 seconds to go. Yeah, this game is over with. What I'm looking at for the Missouri Esports and Carthage Firebirds red situation is thusly. Monkey Man, it just seems like Missouri plays better when they have gotten the first goal, when they come off of kickoff or within like 30 seconds or so and get this, and they just play better from behind. I'm not going to use the term exposed, but the simple fact of the matter is 3-2 victory in a close game, 3-1 in a game 2, that again, they took 2 games down, and oh my god, a game 3, 4-1. I hope you're looking at what I'm looking at.
18 shots to 3.
Insanity. Insanity. Given the previous games lineups and how, Missouri was just so dominant within the shots. Obviously, it would be nice to have like a time of possession meter like within game and stuff. Until then, folks, we have our attempted shots like totaled up 18 to 3. Quick maths, 6 times as many here for Carthage. No wonder they went forth and took a 4-1 dub.
Oh man, yeah, that's definitely gonna be an awakening, or maybe it's a revitalization for the side of the Firebirds, and then it's a wake-up call to the Tigers. I've always thought about like the phrasing of like they play great from behind. That usually means a team then is often losing. So it's about how they can be able to finally get in the lead. Mizzou definitely does well when they're making the opponent down in the trenches early. I get what everyone means with that too. This is definitely going to be the Tigers seeing if they can find first purchase on the goal line. It's to 2-1 right now. Mizzou is not up 3-0, just in case you guys are wondering.
Yes, Carthage will get their ditzel, the little dot, to correctly indicate this in just a couple of seconds. Now, it's interesting. I love your point. It is funny, but it is interesting. I think it speaks to teams that simply play better from behind in certain ways. Well, that's Missouri now playing from behind. We'll see how that prediction here from the tugboat take is gone forth and proven true or false.
I mean, we also see how teams, maybe not in totality from an individual game aspect playing from behind, but series-wise, we got to see at a pro Rocket League level how a lot of teams at the major were playing down 0-2 in a series and then woke up. Now it's Mizzou, or rather Carthage, that's trying to be able to take that moment. But what a follow to take advantage of this kickoff rotation and get into the minds of Carthage that they now know how to strike again.
Yeah, and especially given this was like a decently long scoring drought from Missouri that has now been broken. We'll see how they deal with the floodgates and if they are opened up or if the dam is run dry.
All the way upfield. And so far, Carthage hasn't really had great ball control. That's something that was missing in the first, or I guess rather the second game. First game was kind of all over the place. Second game ended up being kind of a drought for Carthage, and then it was returned in kind to Mizzou, who really just kind of boomer balled it. But look how often Carthage is just the last player to the touch. Exodia, off of some pinball antics, finds a lead.
There you go, 2-2, and I'm not talking about dresses. That is 2 shots, 2 goals there for Exodia, batting 1,000 here in game number 4. This is Missouri that was taking advantage from Exodia consistently getting insane shots like that. We saw the flip reset in game number 2. No surprise here that Exodia is getting it. Mixie again. Now from the side. A little bit of a tapper. This is going to go backboard and now out from Psy. Would have liked a much better hit on that one, Monkey Man. But now down bottom. Crims almost gets this one served up on a silver platter.
Oh, and it's go the other direction immediately. What was such a sure thing has gotten so much faster. Vale has on the upswing. Oh, wow. I thought Exodius, much like me, didn't think that much speed would manifest that quickly. But simply off of a power flick forward, they're able to get it beyond them. So just taking advantage of an open net and then some midfield just dribbling that just happens so quick.
Once again, 2s and 2s. Vale, 2 shots, 2 goals here. We've seen the offensive juggernauts come out for both of these squads. See how these... Oh my goodness! Excuse me, Crims. I won't mention offensive juggernauts without saying the name of Crims again.
Crims kind of went to sleep and then just took on all 3, rope-a-doped them, and they're able to just tug them all around. All right, so Mizzou, this is a trend right back to game number 1 here, Tugboat. This feels like both these teams kind of went into this slumber for a little bit, and now they've recognized, all right, yeah, we love shootouts. Let's just start firing all cylinders and just go as fast as we can.
Absolutely, absolutely. The OK Corral is not in Oklahoma, people. Exodia almost gets a fantastic direction across the midsection, all by themselves as well. Missouri was cheating back, trying to get back into a more defensive position, and that is why Dotson had a relatively open net outside of the defensive interaction. Vale now coming up to it. That is just a player that did not have boost to get up to that one and reach the skies. Hopefully find something they like. Dotson, nicely done. Crims just got really just maintaining like the cool, calm demeanor, you know?
Just trying to be, it's like a crispy cucumber if they can. And Firebirds, though, they need to start connecting a little bit faster because it has been a exponential reading effort that has just been at a different level for the side of Tigers. And even though they're only leading by 1, by this marquee separation of 3-2, which is the more consistent value that these teams always find themselves at, and it may be cemented thereafter. A touch on target, no. Sai doesn't come away with it, and that's actually something that's been missing this game, is really the big presence of Sai.
5 scores in the first 90 seconds, 0 in the second. Deja vu. Are we watching a VOD here, Monkey Man? This is exactly how game 1 went.
Yeah, it feels like it. The first 40 had 4. Now, as Tigers, they're putting it on ice, but not purposely. It looks like they're trying to get back to a double flip reset because reasons. Vale finds a defensive effort. That's a shutdown from the crossbar, and it's a foot race. Sai trying to just fake him out. Oh.
Alrighty, folks, the theme has been broken. We're on a new chapter now. Tying factor here. We've had several games that went down to honest, close to overtime situations. Well, 100 seconds, no goals. That's exactly where we'll be at. It makes sense, though. 2 here for the NECC Champs Finals.
You know what? I asked where Sai was. There he is. Exactly where they need him on the side of Carthage. Frostbite's going to have a flip reset. Been finding those in earnest. Multiples. Exodia to the backboard. They see their teammate bullying the defender, and yet they still elevate before they get bumped. That is a putback shot. Backside post. Found it by Dotson. Exodia is going to put this laterally to get Crims locked and loaded longitudinally. Frostbite on the commit. Wow, that was a gutsy decision.
Yeah, a tiebreaker almost coming in there for Missouri. Long, elongated offensive possessions here is kind of what's marked the last 4 minutes of Rocket League gameplay here on the day. See, this is just really going to be just an absolute slogfest, and whose defense will just be overworked, really. We've seen multiple shots getting put up back-to-back, machine gun, rapid fire here. I think that's going to be the result of our 7th goal here, and possibly the last for game number 4.
Dotson off that 50-50, and honestly, Carthage has come out the worst part of the majority of pressure cooker situations defensively, but that's just been for the first couple of games, and then as they have recovered, they want to prove otherwise. This is going to be a slow bouncer and actually may slow us just enough to give a long offensive final push for the Tigers. Frostbite all the way in this corner. It looks like they'll have last possession. They bring it out to open field. They have to chase us down because they need to get it beyond Vale, and Vale loses out on that 50-50. This is bad for Carthage. Oh, but it's great for Sai. That one secured to the corner. What a heroic moment to make sure no shot comes about.
Overtime situation we go, round and round. Sai, oh, that's just a little bit to the outside, but that one ain't. Vale comes in for Carthage as we now have a tied series, Monkey Man.
The most scatterbrained kickoffs that I've ever seen, but it works out here for Carthage. They give 2 games, they get 2 games. We go game 5. It's all tied up. Starting to feel a little bit like the series I saw a little bit ago.
A best of 7 boiled down to a best of 5, essentially boiled down now to a best of 3. Keep talking about it. 6 total shots here for Carthage. We're looking at 12 doubling up for Missouri. Unfortunately, Missouri is not able to spin this gold into anything worthwhile.
No, and that's a hat trick for Vale as well. Nearly, they had 2 of those assisted between Datsun as well as Sai. So that was just a resiliency check out of the Firebirds, making sure that everyone is knowing now that once you see 3-2, that's not the end of the story. There's an asterisk, and there's a spark notes, and there's some extra research that needs to be done to it. And it feels like the Tigers just didn't expect that quickly coming from the kickoff. And I never expect those tugboat. Those just somehow come about, and I feel like I think it was Frostbite just wasn't ready for that immediate challenge.
Yeah, the off kickoff woes continue here for one of these teams, just kind of almost alternating possession of that. Really, this was Carthage earlier that came forth and just really had a bunch of wonkiness. They gave up an initial one, and I believe that was Crims that came from the sidewall 6 seconds in, just in the earlier one, to have taken a lead that Missouri would go on to not lose within game 1 and 2. Now we have a completely clean slate on our hands. Back and forth we go. Where we stop, I do not know.
Oh, you know, we've talked about caster and production predictions. Well, one of our caster/producers is in the chat, and they say Mizzou wins Game 5 by 42. There may be some leniency that could be wrong. Not sure. But I'm sure Carthage may take that personally. MichaelJordan.jpg. See how that comes around here in this first half minute of play, because Carthage is right now all over the Tigers.
Yeah. No 42 by any means, but Frostbite, oh, if this is more centered to that left corner, this is a shot that was not going to be able to be blocked, but 40 seconds in, no scores on boards. I guess we're back to the game 2 and 3 script.
Just nearly, because it's that opening minute that's been crazy, and apparently if scores were taken from the crossbar and from the posts, maybe 42 would actually be a reasonable feature, but simply put, they're not able to get beyond those posts. It's just it's narrow goal syndrome.
Well, we talk about the 4th man. How about 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th, depending on how that top bar is going so far. Both of these teams just absolutely rocketing it against. That's, you know what? That's the next Rocket League mod, or like, LTM that I want them to do. The goal is like 15% larger.
Oh my goodness. It's just the whole wall. It's just Pong. It's just
there you go.
Oh, a moving net. That'd be kind of cool. All right.
That would be kind of cool.
I personally just want multi-ball. I just want like 2 or 3 like soccer balls all over. Don't ask me how ball like cam would work. I have no idea, but I want it. And at this point,
like
it's
a split eye thing. Like what's that actor that Steve Buscemi.
Steve Buscemi with just split in his eyes. Yeah, I could see that. Or maybe it's like a picture-in-picture, and you just have like multi-cams around.
Dude,
be a weird
there you go. Rocket
POV.
League in 2026.
As this game continued to evolve, so does the series. A passing play, Frostbite to Crims, looking for the dunk. He elevates just high enough, but it goes wide.
Yeah, this ball was just going a little bit too fast for that to matter, but speed is on Frostbite's side. About half time, 7 seconds outside of it, in fact. Frostbite finally finding the tiebreaker here between 2 teams that have gone back and forth across the games. This was Missouri early here, Monkey Man. It has been Carthage since, even if one of those games was a 1-score difference in overtime. But I still don't think this is any real difference between these 2 teams, even if Carthage loses this 1-0. Well, that's not going to happen. It's going to be 1-1 at least. I'm going to say even if one of these teams lose, of course, best of 7 series, still a game after this one to be had.
Oh, very true. This is for match point. to simply have an advantage, which we've already seen is not a secure thing. If you got to see the earlier broadcast that did go to Game 7 after having an advantage in Game 6. And, you know, chaotic goal, finding it off of your opponent as they bounce it through. It's going to be up to the Tigers to just find kind of a even ground and a reset, because Carthage takes advantage of these chaotic moments. And you know, once one goal opens up, we often get 4 more. Looking for that amazing 1-2 connection, but that's a handoff to Vale. That's going to be a cherry pick, and Datsun just was too many steps behind.
Yeah, just not able to climb the tree in time. Back to it. Dodson rotating perfectly on this one until the midfield interruption. Still the offensive pressure against Missouri continues.
All the way up. 100 seconds to go. This is where the tension really does build, Tugboat, because now as you're looking for that final goal, it could just be all of 2-1. Often these two teams have been able to score on each other, but you start to tighten up that defense. Looking for a moment is Frostbite, and they know that match point is around the corner. What a putback shot. Sage sells out. It's going to be dropping down, and Crims gets it on the parabola.
Wow, yeah, like let's call this a right angle at the bottom left. I'm not 100% sure. Wall down, perfectly slotted. This goes in regardless, even without the Carthage player there. Obviously, if they're on the other side, he gets blocked out, but even without their insistence inside, there was nobody in the back. That still would have gone in regardless. So a technical own goal, but we don't count those against players.
Yeah, no. When you're forcing the defense to do that, you've taken all the value you needed anyway. So
yes.
Especially if it banks off a goalie who's streaking across. But regardless of that, we're at 105 and less. Carthage trying to get back into this game. They've done it before, looking to do it again. Frostbite gives it away. That's a demo. This is a single-man effort, but it's Crims who's on the backboard. If you're the Tigers, you can't let Carthage have those moments, because they will try to take just secondary, tertiary shots.
Speaking of Frostbite, kind of coming over the top to interrupt the momentum and correct angle the Carthage player was looking for. Crims now from the heavens. Spinning, twisting, and turning, relied on a demo there from Dodson, and it's Exodia with the insurance goal. Something tells me we just watched the last goal of this game, number 5.
Yeah, if there's going to be another one, it will either be just a bonus goal for the Tigers, or Carthage fighting, maybe fruitlessly, but still desperation will come about for the Firebirds as they have to fight into this final half minute of play. They've had chances, they've had expositions of being upfield, but will it be enough? They have to find something in the next few seconds if OT will be reasonably in the near future.
This might be even worse. Down bottom, Frostbite takes a big bite out of the defense on this one, and we are now without enough time continue this series for the Carthage Firebirds Red. Missouri takes a lead in this series yet again, 3-1. Yep, that's where we're going to be finishing this one out at, as the Tigers strike back here in game number 5. Match point for the first time here. It's coming on into game number 6. Wow, so the shots attempted just keep, right? Like,
yeah, it's just swinging on down, just slowly as they go. And this is actually the least amount team total that we've seen, not only in the series, but for Carthage. Because what was it? It was 18-3?
It was 18 at one point. Like, okay, it was 18 to 1 point. I believe that was that game number 3 that Carthage was able to take down at a 4-1 scoreline, which honestly makes sense. Like, you know, for allowing only one goal with three shots, and then peppering in net, right? 18 minus 4. 14 shots like attempted that actually did not go in, but this just shows within that game how much possession goes the way of Carthage. Technically, like, shooting at a better percentage or whatever, given there were 7 shots from Missouri on 3 goals, but 1 for 2 there for Carthage. This is just about Carthage maintaining possession more often, pursuing into the offensive side of the pitch, and then getting some of these shots racketing against the backboard and stuff. This is high-level Rocket League. It is very, very infrequent that a single player is going to come forth, hit a single ball one time, and make it into a goal.
Yeah, no, unless they got demoed, and that was it. They may not even get a chance at that ball. But has Carthage, have the Firebirds run out of gas? They need to find a spark. They need to find something that can get them beyond Mizzou, around them and force a game number 7, because championship point is now unlocked here for the Tigers. Mizzou looking to make this a much shorter season. They can do it here in this game 6.
A short season extended almost all the way, the entirety of it. But either of these teams should feel entirely happy that they made this far here within the incredibly competitive NECC. Regardless of who goes forth and takes down this series right now, the writing on the wall is Missouri. There ain't no scorers here in this game number 6.
No, not at all. No, this opening minute often kind of dictates how deep it goes before we eventually get our first scores too. If I've seen a slight pattern with this. If we don't get a score in the first minute, we ain't getting one until minute 3. That's
No, it is not happening, dude. I'm telling you.
Oh, hey, there we go. All right, so the first one does come on in. Good old This Is Rocket League got a frostbite. Dotson tried to just simply go find it, and their car just never got a good touch.
Yeah, never made contact off of the wall like that, and especially given how this is such a high-risk, high-reward play. Like turning 180 degrees and trying to hit this, come off of wall so you hit the ground running and then have possession. Like, again, high-risk, high-reward. Dotson, unfortunately, doesn't even touch this one, just puts it right into the breadbasket of this Missouri player. As it is, as the first one here, players still back. Great challenge there from Exodia. No need to stretch the field, get all the way back to your defensive side if you can just interrupt this in mid-pitch.
This has been a ramped up offensive out of the Tigers. Really haven't allowed Carthage to even play the game how they want or even get involved. That's a big demo, though. Krem's out of the picture for the moment, and yet Exodia has really been the sure thing, hot-handed, and sure-handed. On the other side, though, Carthage has to rely on a contention to get a pinch. Krem's off the sidewall. They know that someone's lacking boost, and this in the way of Dotson. He won't find it in that corner, so now this is going to be a thinner advantage offensively, but the midfield boost comes in clutch, and Vale's going to look for one extra. The bait doesn't pan out, and Exodia keeps him planted at midfield onward.
Shot over. There you go. Carthage shot across the bow. Missouri has gotten the message. Carthage still in this one. Good attempt at this one. Sai probably should have just let Vale go forth and cook. The man has gotten, the player has gotten, I should say, hat trick on the day and scores in almost every Carthage game outside of course, that game 2, even the solo goal for Carthage game 5 off the back of this player.
Bit of extracurriculars going on in the back end, I believe, there, as Dotson didn't want to get punched in the mouth, but they're going to show him how that is handled. But Carthage still can't even find their way beyond this goal line, as has been Tigers just tooth and nail in front of them. They have championship point already unlocked. They have championship goal in front of the Firebirds, and they're simply not letting them in.
Zodio stretching on this one. Was that ball the corrected trajectory that they needed there? Crims was, if they got this a ball over, this was open net territories. Now Vale, exactly where they need to be. Carthage has stretched the field, so they do have a defensive player back, of course. Now this is heavily cornered out. Exodia decently centered, but yeah, that should be Dotson. Not going to miss 2 of those in a row.
Minute and a half to go. This is the sweat fest. It's going to drop out into open hexagons, Tugboat, but right now Carthage, nothing's been free. There has been a player every single time, and yes, Sai! This is the one they were trying to cut through at the midfield line. Make sure to just narrow that space. Instead, Vale bodies it, finds a moment, and they get this tied.
Yeah, and this doesn't happen without Vale coming in for the continued effort after putting the ball in a primo position here. A huge shout out, a great shot on the goal, of course, but huge shout out to Vale for setting this one up. 3 saves, a couple of shots attempted, plus the assist. Vale continues to be just the dynamic player that this Redbird squad needs them to be.
Oh, and that's a free net. Can Dotson secure it? No, they didn't have any extra boost. Relied on getting some wave dashes and some small pads the other direction. Exodia, flip reset. They're going to try for the double. Crims is already elevated. It goes crossbar, and there's not a blue car streaking over for the Tigers to try and take advantage of the chaos, and yet the defense recovers just fine. Frostbite wants to get into the head, but they can't get into the net.
Yeah, the pack hunting solo on that one, I guess. This was the best look that Missouri has seen this game and possibly most of the last game as well. Again, a game that they won 3-1. That this was, and when I say open, I mean like they purchased a fantastic situation right there. Here's another one. The tying factor broken for Missouri Esports. The Tigers have champed down onto this lead for 15 seconds. Will they be able to hold it?
Dotson sold out to try and get that touch. They thought that that would be the moment that they could break the ice, and instead it was, but just for the Tigers. Overran it. Exodia gonna give it to Vale. Vale gonna try and crush it here from the kickoff, looking for the dunk, the takeaway. We've got less than 10 seconds to go.
5 now. 000 is coming up. An attempted volleyball type situation. Last bounce. No, Dotson. Oh my God, that is heartbreaking for the Carthage Firebirds Red. Dotson has a fantastic opportunity at this one, and the last couple of seconds for a tying factor. A little bit of volleyball action there at the end, but yes, through the Firebirds and the Flames, Missouri carries on, punching their ticket in this game number 6, Monkey Man.
Oh yeah, what a wild one that was. At that very last moment, Frostbite parked the bus, saw the ball coming, and knew there was nothing that the Carthage Firebirds player could do, and just let the ball drop. So for them, that's going to be a trip to LCQ land. But for Tigers, they're going straight to Nationals, and they get to wait on who will be their dance partner on the other side of it. So a great job. They continue their winning streak against Carthage. They beat them in the regular season, in a feisty foe that they are. They do it here in this spring championship for this Champions Division. So great job to them. And Tugboat, there's even more on the other side coming up here soon.
Oh, yeah, very, very excited for it. Actually, we are 10 minutes behind. We're going to go forth and make this a pretty quick post-show here, folks. But, yeah, a fantastic job. The theme of, like, really, really even-handed matches continues. I believe there's only been one sweep with this entire bracket. Everything else, at least a team getting one single game, and plenty of 7-game series like we just saw there with Monkey Man doing the same thing himself. I'm FBI Tugboat, Monkey Man with me. I believe we're bringing in Fiat after this one to round out the series of the day. We got 3 more matches for you guys. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Hey, hello, and welcome back, you fine folk. FBI Tugboat here with my man Fiat. Fiat, how are we feeling on the day?
We're feeling awesome today. We've had some pretty good matchups so far here on the Grand Finals Day, the final day for finishing up all of those brackets. And, we've got an even more exciting matchup coming up soon.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. What? That was a Game 7 barn burner to start the broadcast off, Monkey Man. Doing the solo thing, giving us that audible chocolate that is Monkey Man, right? I got to hop in with them. That was Missouri and Carthage, Firebirds, Red Squad right there, which, of course, goes down to a Game 6. The theme is in here, Fiat. We are not looking at sweeps here on Championship Friday.
Yeah, definitely. These are close matchups. I mean, you saw that Mizzou game versus Carthage. It was just really back and forth. You thought Carthage, towards the middle of that series was really coming back. They were really setting their footing, really learning how University of Missouri was really playing. But Mizzou Esports, great performance, great dominant performance, just able to close out that series.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Taking a look. What we got here on the day, yes, that is the Midwest playoffs that were finished. Here we go. We are in the conference playoffs for the Rocket League Legends, of course. Technical away team, the Northwoods Blue at 4-1 on the regular season. Ball State Red 3-0 here. Or excuse me, not regular season, sorry. And Ball State Red, the home team, again, kind of traditional sports lingo that goes forth into this one. This is mostly, of course, here for at the beginning of the season, right? We didn't have central servers, so there was always like a back and forth, east servers, west servers. Fiat, I'm sure you know plenty about that one, right?
Yeah, definitely. Just having that ping difference can really mean a lot in Rocket League because your touches have to be so precise, especially at such a high level that a lot of these players are playing at. You have to have them pitch perfect, and so even just a little bit of a lag, even a small ghost touch, can completely ruin a play on either side. So having those central servers is really, really important for creating like a very fair and balanced matchup overall. But in general, yeah, we are going to the Legends division, I believe. We're going to Ball State Red, Northwood Blue. Both of those teams high up in the division. I believe Ball State taking the first seed from Group A, Northwood with the 3 seed in Group B.
Yeah, so these are two legendary squads, and for a reason. Let's go ahead and take a look at exactly. Excuse me, man, oh man. Who we're going to be seeing on the pitch on the day as we get these players on into lobbies and stuff. Starting off, I believe, with Northwood Blue and their rosters. We should be looking at, this is the trio of players that you guys have come to know and love. Zenil, a little bit newer, but Hockey and Lion Blaze, the star-studded regular additions to this Northwoods Blue Rocket League squad.
I mean, it's always going to be an exciting matchup when you have such high talented RLCS level players. Lion Blaze, obviously a veteran of the CRL scene alongside Hockey. Zanil is the new addition to this roster, though, and you've seen a little bit of gameplay of them, but they've been looking pretty strong still. You still have that formidable duo of Hockey and Lion Blaze that really are just able to shut down defenses and just hone in on exactly what they need to do as a team and how to work together in order to get those goals. But Northwood Blue looking very strong. The 5-2 record over on the regular season. We can get a look at Ball State's roster over here. Going to be a good, hopefully, a strong matchup for them as well.
Yeah. I mean, everybody. These are two squads that everybody knows, right? I think Northwoods Blue might have a little bit more history to them, but taking a look at Ball State, Wova, Gut, and Oath, these are no pushovers by any means. Like you said, they have made fireworks. National competitions not named the National Esports Collegiate Conference, and they have made those fireworks for a reason. Didn't happen by mistake, my friend.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, Ball State Red definitely has been the front runner, I think, in terms of collegiate Rocket League, in terms of the strength of their team and, the roster that's really been, kind of a bit of a dark horse candidate, kind of a team coming out of left field. You think of Northwood Blue, they're that veteran team. You've seen them at CRL World Championships, you've seen them around, but Ball State Red is definitely the team that could make the difference here, that could bring it home. If anyone has a chance, it's going to be for Ball State.
Yes, yeah, the writing is on the wall a little bit here, even with Zanil coming on in for the Northwoods Blue squad. This is again, storied legendary trio of players from a storied legendary school like Northwoods, and they're coming in here with a little bit, again, writing on the wall, a little bit of a favored squad. This is Ball State Red. Come forth, prove to me that I am incorrect. Prove to Fiat He is incorrect. Come forth 4-0 sweep. We'd love to see it. Just kidding, of course. We're looking for long 7-game series and whatnot, but would really look forward to a little bit of an upset as well. As it is, though, unfortunately, Ball State's actually having a little bit of internet issues. They're going to have some serious problems taking to the Rocket League pitch without the ones and zeros getting shot out into the universe, metaverse, whatever. I don't know literally anything about networking and software. What I do know is that production is telling us to go to a short break, so we're going to go ahead and do that, trying to get our Ball State players trio in here in just a little bit to, again, take to the virtual Rocket League pitch to battle Northwoods Blue. FBI Tugboat, Fiat Color, back with you in just a bit. hello, and welcome back. A bit of a little extended wait, little extended break there. FBI Tugboat and Fiat Color. Let's see. We had a forced reschedule for the earlier game for the Northwoods Blue. Oh, excuse me, for the Northwoods Blue and Ball State game. And as fate would have it, Fiat Color not 200 yards away from you, right? the New Mexico State University squad is planning on doing battle, and I'll let you fill in the people.
I can't believe it. It went off again. So I'm not sure how many people were here this weekend on campus at NMSU. We had the NMSA Invitational, had a bunch of teams from the Southwest come in. We had the fire alarm go off 3 times, and just as we got GCU into the lobby, getting ready to give you guys an amazing show, our fire alarm went off again. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love this campus. It's so awesome. It's so awesome. They're like, oh yeah, we're up to standard, and then it just goes off randomly. So
fair enough. These safety precautions are in place. You know, obviously, 99% sure it's just a faulty alarm, fire alarm, right? Hopefully everything is a-okay for over there, though, folks. It is an unfortunate fact that the previous matchup, the 2 of the best teams in the country did not get onto stream, and now we have been sitting here for a little while. We just kind of wanted to do the good thing, come in, I guess, inform you guys a little bit. We are going to get a confirmation as best we can for you fine folks. For those of you who've been sitting in here and watching, I think there's about 40 of y'all who've been in pretty consistently for the LBCC Vikings and Oklahoma Wesleyan University. So at least some Rocket League. That'll be the emergence divisions, Fiat.
Definitely, yeah. LBCC OKWU gonna be going up at 10 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, emergence divisions. OKWU coming in as the 1st seed from the B side, I believe, and then LBCC 3rd seed from Group A.
Yes, so two top seeds going forth to do battle over there. Not only are we going to confirm it for you guys, and we will come back if they do not respond, of course, if that is forced to be a forfeit, if it's forced to be off stream, if their fire alarm goes off, if an earthquake comes and just swallows up one of these universities, we'll have to let you know. So for those of you who have been hanging on with us this entire time, really sorry about it, guys. But when we return, yes, and also we will try to possibly, if these 2 squads can, and if it is not an inconvenience to either of these 2 squads, for them to actually play a little bit earlier. No guarantees on that one whatsoever. We will be back with confirms the 10 p.m. Eastern Standard match, LBCC Vikings and Oklahoma Wesleyan University, when we can. FBI Tugboat, Fiat Color. We'll be back after a while, guys. Hello and welcome back. Longer break it was indeed. We just needed a little bit of time to get this high quality Rocket League action ready for you guys. I'm FBI Tugboat with my man Fiat Color. Color, how we doing? Fiat, how we doing?
We're doing pretty good. It's been a long day for both of us. I understand that one, but you know we do got one matchup for us finally. You know it's been a while, but this is a good matchup too as well. This is going to be LBCC versus OKWU coming out from the Emergence division.
Yes, the Emergence West Division. LBCC taking on the Oklahoma Wesleyan. Let's go ahead and take a look. These rosters. Oklahoma Wesleyan up first. Nuki, Mr. Slim, and Cole Franken Puff. Fiat, if this was a competition for the best name, this would be done and dusted. Cole Franken Puff's taking it off the top.
Yeah, that is a creative name. It's better than Fiat Color. But yeah, this roster, you know, outside of their silly little name, they had a really good record, actually, going undefeated in the regular season, taking the first seed in the Group B division of the Emergence of the West, or the West division. But looking at LBCC, though, in terms of their roster, they also got a pretty good lineup of players. You got Burnt Schmacks, you got Crispy BLG, you got Asin Panda, which, I mean, look, Asin Panda is that's a pretty good name in my opinion.
Burnt Schmacks, that's the one I was looking at, thinking that I may have spoken too soon here, Fiat, but yes. 7-0 Oklahoma Wesleyan taking on this squad, the 5-2 during the regular season Long Beach City College Vikings. This is the 5 seed, the Vikings, taking on the number 2 seed. And the fact of the matter is such, LBC has just had a much tougher run in the previous matchups than have Oklahoma Wesleyan. 4-2 victory over Cal Poly, so another California matchup right there. LBCC 3-0 and Texas Tech White in the first of their semis quarterfinals matchups.
But this is the only time where you gotta just focus in. It is grand finals for both of these teams, LBCC versus OKWU, and we're gonna get up with an amazing matchup already off the pressure. OKWU pressing on to the blue side. LBCC able to find the clear, but it's Cole Frankenpuff with a good touch of that sideball, able to keep it a bit close, gets it around 1, and it's back to Crispy BLG, tries to get a good hit, picked up by OKWU and a good clear. That's going to go back out center, though, for LBCC. Almost a shot on net.
Yeah, so a shot in the middle, forcing a couple of defenders to respond to it. Now Oklahoma Wesleyan trying to bring this one out. Vikings sending it back on in. Nuki doing this one with no boost to be spoken of here, Fiat. This is a decent lineup first, honest offensive attempt, but in a double demo there from Franken Puff. More like putting him down. Dealing with the undead, Frankenstein, perhaps.
Ooh, he's in the air. Nuki trying to go for maybe a double tap almost, centered nearly on target, but that's going to be a bit too fast to actually go straight in. But it's still on the LBCC side right now. Good hit towards that sidewall. Another hit back up on the height, and now it's going to be OKWU pressing back on again. LBCC stuck in their corner a little bit, and right now this is game 1. It's a best of 7 series. You're just trying to feel each other out. You're not trying to be a bit too fancy. Almost a pass shot coming out from Nuki right there, but yeah, you're just trying to feel each other out, just trying to see how these teams are going to play so far. Game 1s can always be a bit of a red herring almost for a lot of these teams, because a lot of these teams are able to adapt in such a way where that game 1 doesn't really make a difference, and that's going to be a shot that does, though, and LBCC take the first goal.
Oh, so Oklahoma Wesleyan spends the vast majority of this almost 2 minutes in the offensive stance. LBCC comes back. Quick little pass up the pitch. That's going to be a 1-0 lead here for the Vikings. Oh, Frankenpuff. And the rest of the Oklahoma Wesleyan squad have been getting incredibly physical in the beginning parts of this game. Frequently, you'll see a player put a shot up against the wall, and then immediately they're going to, put on the afterburners, go for a defender, get a demo going. Frankenpuff. There's another one. You got 2 of them earlier. Tell me if you sense a theme established across these defensive and offensive plays so far.
Ooh, and that's a good opportunity. Crispy not able to get that second touch shot off for Cole Frankenpuff. Has an opportunity. That's going to float towards the net. Almost a 50. Burnt Schmacks able to get a touch contact with that ball. Keeps that out of the corner, but it's still on their side. Crispy BLG with a bit of a light touch. It's Nuki who picks it up, though, in the corner right there. That's a good center. Almost on net. And OKW now trying to respond. Maybe a pass middle. Burnt Schmacks, though, gets it around 1. It's still in the corner right there. Maybe a clear out, but it's going to be a bit light, and Cole Frankenpuff able to keep it on the side.
Yeah, fantastic job here from the squad. Like you said, first games can be a little bit back and forth, but as it is, this has been as close gets. Both teams with some honest offensive opportunities and some fantastic defensive stops.
Ooh, close double tap opportunity. It's just floating right there in front of the net. LBCC just trying to keep on with that offensive pressure they had initially that got them that first goal. They don't want to give too much space to the OKWU roster. They know that if that offense is able to press on just long enough that their defense will eventually fall to it. That's going to be a shot towards the net. It floats a bit high. It's a double tap coming out. Not double tap, but actually just picking up that rebound, and now 50 still on the LCC side. You've seen them a lot on defense so far, waiting for the breakout opportunity, but they have the lead, so it's not the end of the world.
No, it isn't. Oklahoma Wesleyan has also not really been passing the ball as much. This will be like an honest shot put up, backboarded out to a teammate, but then some quick passing plays. I feel vindicated here. Fiat LBCC, the Long Beach Community or City College, has been doing a fantastic job. Talk about a midfield pass that is purchased into points.
Oh, and just the speed on that pass, too. The defender wasn't able to take any turn right there. The radius of your car just isn't really enough to really make that save right there. And now LBCC with a 2-goal lead right now with a minute left. It's feeling like a pretty safe game one for the Vikings right here, but Oklahoma Wesleyan trying to still push on. This is in their corner. It's going to be Cole Franken trying to keep this in the air. Maybe something, maybe a flip reset, maybe over one. Crispy Bill G a bit awkward. Asin Panda has to come in last second. Still on their side, though. That's a hit mid. Crispy BLG needs to get a hit above one, and he does. It's going back towards the OKWU side right now. Center almost on a target, almost an opportunity for LBCC.
Yeah, listen, this is just game one of a best-of-7 series. Yes, the insurance girl has been purchased, but Oklahoma Wesleyan, this is a squad that went 0-7 throughout the regular season. That was not by mistake. That is not a team that we are watching as of right now. I'm not going to say ball chasing, but they're really, really not getting many team plays in here. I mean, even that right there, was that an honest attempt back to the player behind? You're looking at 5 seconds left. I mean, you get one right now maybe, but, well, opportunity squandered here for Oklahoma Wesleyan as they are shut out in game numero uno.
LBCC take game one in this series. You just felt like they had a pretty easy time with this game one. All things considered, the pressure coming out from Oklahoma Wesleyan just really wasn't amounting into anything particularly dangerous for the LBCC defense. You can see you got 3 saves as opposed to 2 from OKWU, which doesn't necessarily mean that there was an imbalance of defense, but you can definitely tell by those points that it just felt more comfortable on the LBCC side.
And 5 shots spread as evenly as they can. Attempts-wise there for the LBCC squad. Only 4 for the other side. Doesn't tell me, that doesn't tell me there's like a massive change or massive disparity in the time of possession, Fiat. Both of these teams had honest opportunities to go forth, get shots, make goals. Wesleyan just did not. A 5-minute shutout here. The donut put up. We'll see if they're able to turn that donut into a breadstick. A 0 into a 1, right?
Yeah, Oklahoma Wesleyan, they still do have that chance to respond, and you could see they were starting to warm up. I think it was just a bit of a slow start for this roster. You didn't see them really able to, get those passing plays, as you said. That was a really important part of why they really weren't able to break down that LBCC defense. But it was also the fact that when one man did have possession, when that first man did have it in the air or on the ground, it kind of didn't really go anywhere. It kind of just felt like it was 50 in the midfield, hoping that someone would pick it up behind you, but it wasn't really working out. Now LBCC have the first game in this series in this best-of-7, and that's almost a hit around one. Birchmack takes a good hit. This is a shot towards target. Crispy not able to put it on net. It's another opportunity, just hitting it back and forth into the corner to go. But now it's Asin Panda in the air. He might have a shot opportunity. It's going to be a light touch, though, to the backboard.
Yeah, and this is easily kept in the offensive positioning here for the Vikings until Cole Frankenfuss got something to say about it. They head over to Mr. Slim, and we have an Oklahoma Wesleyan offense for the first time in about a minute and a half.
Ooh, that's some good
over
pressure.
Just a little bit too high. Just a little bit too high, Fiat.
Just a bit too high. That's hopefully not going to be a reoccurring story that we hear for Oklahoma Wesleyan. And now they do still have the pressure here in this corner. LBCC struggling really to find a good 50. That's bouncing straight down into the net almost. That was close. Asin Panda has to keep that out last second. And now with a little bit of a breakaway opportunity into the corner, OKWU. That's a good hit from Nuki, but it's straight back to Crispy now, who's pressing on. Great hit from Slim. Pass up in the air, though, for Cole. might be a shot, maybe under one. Almost Asin Panda able to keep it out.
Great pass, an even better shot, but Crispy is sitting there waiting for it. Crispy didn't really get involved too much with the LBCC Vikings in Game 1. That is definitely a thing of the past. Well, this is an Oklahoma Wesleyan squad that at least they've looked way better in the past 90 seconds or so than the entirety of the first 5 minutes here. That they're actually formulating what can be considered like real, definitive, decided upon plays. That's a lot of danger, and that's definitely going to be Burnt Schmack swinging away on this one 9 times out of 10. This is NECC again with just kind of like some weird positioning, and Panda just getting it right on past, and Burnt Schmacks, they'll be able to feast on that one.
Yeah, it just comes down to the communication. NECC needed to be called off there by that third man, so the third man could have that free clear, but it just wasn't in time, and it kind of just floats in front of the net. You know, NECC doesn't really have eyes in the back of their head, so it kind of makes it hard. Ooh, that's a light touch off the backboard. That was a close opportunity. This is going towards the net, though, still. Slim gets a good flick over one, and now a 50 on the left side of the field. It's going to bounce straight to the opposite end, and now Crispy, good hit off the corner. Shot opportunity, almost. Cole Frankenpuff's able to keep it out there, though. Last second, Crispy gets a good hit on that light on the wall, and now shot opportunity coming out again. Cole Frankenpuff, though, there to stop it.
Well, Frankenpuff was kind of like the bruiser, right? The enforcer, goon of this Rocket League team, getting so physical and getting double demo sometimes even. That's going to be NECC looking like maybe they're upholding that responsibility. Shot over, and Oklahoma Wesleyan scoring drought is over. The rains have come, Fiat, albeit taking 7.5 minutes.
That's exactly what you want to see. That demo, just creating that space immediately, just allows them to really mess up with that defense, really kind of scare LBCC in that position. They're able to take advantage of an open net. Halfway through this game, though, tie game still, and now it's in the LBCC corner. This is going to stall out just a little bit. Shot opportunity quick coming up. Cole Frankenpuffs off the rebound from NECC, and now OKWU has the lead.
Nicely done, nicely done. This is exactly, as you said, what the doctor ordered. Passes and passes into points, my friend. Shots obviously coming in between the passes and the point. Oklahoma Wesleyan now got exactly the score deficit they saw in game number 1. Cole Frankenpuff just kind of rounding around, looking for a way in edgewise. That's going to be Slim down bottom. Frankenpuff out of the... Yeah, kind of out of the pocket on that one. He knew exactly where to put it, and Frankenpuff is nowhere to be found.
That would have been a great fake play off the pass. You saw all 3 defenders were ready for that second man who was coming in, just trying to shoot that immediately, but it was shut down, and now it's going to bounce out mid again. Good stalled 50 with Crispy in front of the net, and NECC has it back up in the air. It's going to be a hard 2-up for LBCC, and it works out well. Ooh, a little bit of a fake coming out from both sides right there, and now the play's a bit slower in the corner of LBCC. Oh, a good bang over towards the other side. Wesleyan now trying. It's going to be Slim in the air. Maybe a pass down mid to Frankenpuffs. He was ready for it. Not able to put it on net. Almost gets it around 1 again. Burnt Schmax has to do a backflip just to get to that save. Another double commit, though. Now Wesleyan, ooh, that's a bit of a whiff. Ooh, that's not exactly what you want to see. Asin Panda almost the shot. It's going to be too far high, though, for Crispy.
There's 60 seconds to go here, but the Vikings are not done on their offensive run. Panda putting this one over and allowing teammate time to rotate, pick up, boost. Now down bottom. Cole Frankenpuff sends this one high against the ceiling. Inside for the double tap. Can't get the angle on it. Crispy now just desperately trying to bring this one out. Perfectly positioned. The pass comes to Burnt Schmax. The shot never comes after the connection is not made.
3 seconds left, and that's pressing towards their box. LBCC trying to find a breakaway opportunity, trying to find something that can tie up this game right here. That's a clear from Asin Panda, shut down immediately by 2 from Oklahoma Wesleyan, and now it's back onto the side of LBCC. It's going to be Crispy now with a bit of a takeaway. Asin Panda, though, opts to take that away. That's going to be a 50, bounces high. Now it makes it way harder for LBCC to actually get a follow-up on this. It's just hanging out in the midfield. Whiff from one. Asin Panda tries to keep this high at 0 seconds. Ball doesn't stop till it touches the ground. Shot opportunity, and it's shut down immediately. Oklahoma taking game 2 of the series.
It might have taken 7.5 minutes, folks, but that is the Oklahoma Wesleyan squad that we are more used to. 9 shots forced against an LBCC total of 5. Once again, this is the 7-0 squad that we came to get to know over the regular season. Every goal in this game, too, assisted as well here. Frankenpuff, goal assist, Nuki assist, Slim, a goal, no assist. Burnt Smacks with the goal, and a Panda there with the assist as well. Not a huge difference in shots, not a huge difference in goals here. I'm anticipating a continued even-handed matchup between this squad as we now take a best of 7 and essentially boil it down to a best of 5, Fiat.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty strong performance from LECC, all things considered, but it just felt like Oklahoma is really starting to put the pedal to the metal right there when it comes to their offensive plays. You saw those passing plays coming out. You saw a bit of more dangerous position, a bit faster in pacing, you know, which is exactly what you wanted to see from Oklahoma, because it felt like LBCC had complete control over game 1, just of how fast it was going, where the ball was going, and where their team could be, what open space they had. So Oklahoma Wesleyan, great response in this game, too. Hopefully they can keep up that momentum.
Yeah, and back and forth we've gone so far. Script holds true, and we get exactly what we want here, folks. And this will be an LBCC victory by just a couple. And, I mean, if we were going to write everything, right, then Oklahoma Wesleyan would answer in a Game 4 with a shutout, right? That's what I would be thinking. Booms and demos and more physical play rearing its ugly head again early here in Game number 3.
Back onto the Oklahoma side still, and now a bit of pressing. LBCC's trying to get it working right now. Oh, that's a bit of a back pass. Aston Panda isn't ready for it. Has to jump early. Might be actually hitting it towards their own backboard. Not a great opportunity, and a little bit of a brain fart coming out from LBCC. Panic coming out from the defensive side. Just an open net for Oklahoma Wesleyan. They take the lead early on in Game 3.
You can kind of watch this play as it breaks down. The wheels come off for the Vikings. That was Panda who saw this and realized that not one but 2 Wesleyan players down bottom were going to be able to get that. Well, that's a second now for Frankenpuff. 2 shots, 2 goals. Man's batting 1,000.
Just off immediately off the kickoff. Aston Panda tries to go for the corner boost, but isn't able to get contact on the ball as well. Leaves that net open. Third man isn't there, and now Oklahoma Wesleyan with a pretty comfortable 2-goal lead. It is 3v3, so it does take a bit longer for goals to really start to come to form. But still, LVCC wants to push on. This is for their playoff live. They have to give it their all right here. And now it's Burt Schmacks on the dribble. Gets instantly 50 by Slim. Slim hits that high off the roof opportunity. And a bunch of people go in front of the LVCC net. Cole Frankenpuff takes it back up into the air with the possession. Nuki going to get the rebound. Tries to get it over 150. Back into the midfield. Ooh, that's a bit of a light touch. Birchmack should be able to get an opportunity. He gets a good bang into the left side. But it's touched again by Oklahoma.
Oh, now maybe a little bit of a line. Now trying to draw that one up. Panda, no. This happened last time. Shot over. Barely blocked there from Birch Max. Coming in at the 11th hour to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. I say that. This is still a 2-goal deficit here for the Vikings after Oklahoma looks to be pitching a shutout of their own, Fiat.
Ooh, and that's going to float
boy.
back in as well, too. Oklahoma Wesleyan just putting everything they have into this. A great pass off that center, and Cole Frankenpuffs is there. Reads that third man out of position, and it's unfortunate for LPCC, but now with a 3-goal deficit, they really got to start getting going. They don't have too much time in this. Losing one matchup isn't horrible, but with the momentum that Oklahoma has, it's a bit dangerous just to give them whatever they want.
I have to agree with you on this one. Giving leeway like this is going to result in a continued presence by this squad to just kind of hang around, right? Oklahoma cannot play this too close to the vest in a sense like, oh, we've got this one, right? Given the fact that one of these teams has put up 3 scores and we've literally been kept to 2 scores at max through these, they've been lowest scoring games so far. I'd be amazed if the Vikings are kept to a shutout here in Game 3 the way they've been playing.
Ooh, that's a bit of an awkward rotation, but that's a good free clear for Burnt Schmacks. That's going to give them a bit of space, a bit of time to recover right there. But 3-goal lead, they need a bit of a power clear. That's a shot on target. Crispy gets a good touch. Cole Frankenpuff's there, but gets bumped actually before he can even put that on net. And now it's back on the Oklahoma side. Full boost for Slim, though. Has the 50. Not perfect. Nuki has to come in for the rebound. Tries to pass that mid. Mr. Slim still on the ball. Trying to get out of there. Now that's a flick towards net. Oklahoma. Oh, what just happened?
Okay.
There. Is that what I think happened?
I think so. Crispy, like, kind of going along with it, and then okay, no, this is actually off, like, the back left tire. This is, yes, an own goal. Yes, an angle that happens 1 out of every 1,000 times. And yes, to be fair, it is likely something that is not going to go forth and, like, really matter when you're looking at a team up by 3 already, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a really unlucky touch. Like, you really can't predict. You expect that first man in front of you to get some sort of 50, and then when it just rolls straight towards you, your instinct is kind of just to jump at it, right? You don't want it to go on net. That's almost on that no from Cole Frankenpuff. That's a banger pinch into the corner, but LBCC now with a bit of a breakaway opportunity. Ooh, fake from Burnsmax. I kind of like this play, actually. Going out high. That's a highlight touch. Nuki tries to get it, gets a little bit of the rebound. Frankenpuff's able to come there from the backboard. Crispy now trying to push on, and LBCC seeing some light. That's a shot on target for Azim Panda. Not able to put it on net. The defender's right there. Slim able to get that save, credited with it. Now off the backboard again. Cole Frankenpuff trying to get it away. Crispy able to keep this on the side. Azim Panda caught out of position a little bit. Crispy gets a good 50, and now again still on their side. A shot opportunity possible. Nuki shuts it down, almost has the double tap. Leaves it for Slim though.
Yeah, Nuki would have had a fantastic look off of this one. Now Nuki getting into position to try and pick this one up, make that thing sing. A bounce down bottom, and Nuki just comes in for boost, okay?
Okay, there.
Bottom, decently centered. There you go. That's what we were looking for, but Nuki was going to actually pay their efforts with the temporary life, of course. Burnt Schmacks up over too high. That one shouldn't be. Oh, Panda pre-jumped way too high at this one.
That was a really hard read to make. You don't expect it just to bounce down off that crossbar, but it does, and you have to adapt. Ooh, that's not the adaptation you wanted, though. That's the 5th goal for OKW. Frankenpuff actually had the hat trick last goal, now with 4 for the Oklahoma school, and that's just an open net. That's not what you should be seeing here in the playoffs.
Real free real estate there. Vikings, again, similar situations we've seen today, like we see in many Rocket League competitions. They've just, down by 4, you got to pour everything into offense. Why even leave a player back at that point? This is how these breakaways type happen, and is also, just like that, pouring everything into offense, the only way the huge scoring deficits become, or are overcame, within regular time. This game is now over, though. 5-0. Not going to happen. Maybe one for the road? No, not even going to take it in the doggy bag to go.
Yeah, I mean, like, Oklahoma Wesleyan, they just looked like the better team in this one. It felt like they couldn't...
100%.
It wasn't the same goals that were going in or the same type of pressure that LBCC was putting on, and so Oklahoma was just really able to just take full control over that, especially on that midfield. It felt like you never really saw it on Oklahoma Wesleyan's side, and it was just complete constant offense. That's a lot of saves, a lot of shots actually coming out from Cole Frankenpuff. Has 7 on the day. That's 6 saves for LBCC.
Yeah, what? Well, 7 to 3 plus 2 plus, 7 total for LBCC, so Cole Frankenpuff literally putting up as many shots themselves as the entirety of this Long Beach City College squad was able to all the way throughout. An absolutely dominating performance by Oklahoma Wesleyan, 1B, Cole Frankenpuff. Like, this is a one-score game without Cole Frankenpuff's Texas hat trick, because everything is bigger in Texas.
Gotcha, and like Oklahoma did play extremely well in terms of their defense as well. It's not like, yes, they kept up that pressure, and it was the main reason why they won that game was those offensive rotations, but their defense was also phenomenal as well. They were covering the opportunities that LBCC had too, because they did have some opportunities, some fair shots to take on target, but it was just it came down to just controlling that midfield right there, and that's really what's setting Oklahoma Wesleyan apart from LBCC. They're just not able to really find that breakout.
Yeah, like, this is kind of like a situation of it starts bad and then just slowly gets worse, and there's just death of 1,000 cuts here for Oklahoma Wesleyan against the Vikings here. They're going to have to right the ship and get this one going. for the next pillage. That's exactly how you should get it started. Panda off the ceiling, off of kickoff. He's scoring drought quickly ends for the LBCC Vikings.
That's a 50, kind of an own goal when you think about it. But, you know, you could have really read it. That's a really unfortunate 50. Well, very fortunate for LBCC. They get the lead, obviously, off the kickoff. Ooh, but that's a high hit, too. This might be an opportunity for Slim. Doesn't put that on net. Ass and Panda able to get the hit onto the left side. But still Oklahoma with a bit of the pressure here now. Still stuck in the corner, LBCC. A little bit of breakaway opportunity for Cole Franken. Not able to put it on net. But it's Slim who's able to pick it up. And LBCC now tied up the, or not LBCC, I'm sorry, OKWU tie up the game.
Yeah, so this is kind of Oklahoma showing that LBCC that, hey, you guys can get these off of kickoffs. Once we kind of get through the chaotic first 5-7 seconds or so of kickoff and people are boost, people are set up defensively, offensively, well, that one ain't going to happen again. As the situation we have attained right here, LBCC have been looking great off of kickoff, but hey, somebody's got to score for those to happen. Nuki, though, coming in. This doesn't happen without the demo that happens right there.
That's just a perfect open net. Perfect play coming out from Oklahoma, and you can just tell that there's that chemistry there. There's that trust for that second man to be so close on that play, because usually you see two defenders back in that position, you think, okay, one of them's going to have a power clear, one of them's going to have possession. I might as well just try to fake challenge them out, but no, the full commit is exactly what they needed right there. It's in front of their net. It's a bit dangerous. A good little 50 out, and now a power clear back onto the LVCC side. Ass and Panda able to get a good touch into the corner right there, and now it's a bit of a double commit, almost a bit of a mess up there from Slim, and now this is an opportunity. Good demos coming out though, shuts that down immediately.
Yeah, that was almost, make no mistake, people, that was almost Oklahoma Wesleyan paying dearly for the double commit and then hitting their own teammate. Hate to see it. This is the kind of coordination that we've been praising so far. That's not the kind of coordination you can allow to have happen. Burnt Schmacks giving the business right here. Also, I kind of realized this. Perhaps you could take some of the results and put this, at least partially to blame, given that Oklahoma Wesleyan had a little bit of problems logging in initially. That's why we were later on the broadcast, starting closer to 7:15 Pacific time. So perhaps there was no warm-up capabilities, right? That would give a little bit of credence to the 2-0 game number 1 against Oklahoma Wesleyan.
A high hit. That's actually a little bit of a pass from Ass and Panda. Not exactly what they were looking for right there, but they have it in the corner now, so they should have a bit of a time. A decent touch. Cole Frankenpups has to get a bit of an awkward hit. Leaves that 50 open for Crispy, but still pushing onto the side. It's LBCC, though. Clears coming out from both sides. Ooh, redirect almost on net. It's going to be saved by Crispy right there. That's a close shot. Oklahoma Wesleyan kind of feeling themselves right now. You can see they're warming up. You can see they're ready to put something on the net. You know that the 1-goal lead isn't necessarily secure in a series that's so close like this, but here comes maybe a second shot opportunity. Acid Panda able to get a touch, and now Birch Max gets demoed, actually isn't able to get the open net opportunity, and Oklahoma Wesleyan's defense still standing strong.
There's been some demos thus far that are simply unnecessary, and even in some demos that result in a player respawning back on their sides with that 34 boost, ready to get defensive stops happening. The most recent one was not that. That was one of the best demos we've seen in this game thus far. Really opened up a shooting lane that obviously did not go forth and collapse. Now going for the demo. Burnt Schmacks giving Oklahoma Wesleyan a little taste of their own medicine.
Gosh, this is such a weird looking play, but it works, and it works so beautifully. That demo just leaves the net fully open. LBCC regaining, tying the game up, now still back in this game number 4, trying to look for another opportunity here. It's going to be Crispy on the ball. Not the best flip, though. Birch Max has the opportunity, maybe a double tap, close. Just going a bit too fast, not able to get the pinch. Rolls out midfield again, but Birch Max still there, and LBCC trying to press on. Low boost, pass middle. This is maybe a good opportunity. Shut down immediately, though, and now back on the offensive. Oklahoma Wesleyan trying to press on. Demo's coming out from both sides, though, and now the play is completely flipped on its head again.
Well, 2v2 action. Frankenpuff kind of tries to loft this one out to a teammate. Attempted demo going against Mr. Slim. He proves too skinny to be hit. Now in the middle, loose ball going back down the other way and You can't be
Oh my
surprised if these
goodness.
players have boost will demo. Like, jeez Louise.
Whoa, that's an opportunity actually too off the demo, which is kind of crazy to think about. You would think with all that open space you'd have the ball as well, but Oklahoma Wesleyan didn't actually have that. And now Panda try to get the back pass, gets a bit of a light touch. Free shot for Slim. That's a high banger off the crossbar down. Unfortunate, not what you wanted to see if you're an LBCC fan, but definitely welcome if you're for Oklahoma.
Look, we're not going to see a clean sweep either way, but Oklahoma Wesleyan just punched their ticket possibly to a game win and putting LBCC on match point. Remember, folks, this is best of 7 here for the NECC West Emergence Finals. Little bit of back and forth off of the kickoff. I believe the chaos has been stifled for Oklahoma Wesleyan. This has been the bane of their existence so far. LBCC coming off of kickoff and showing some crazy wonky plays that result in 5-second scores. Little bit of a demo action as Panda comes in. There's the second. It's up. It's not in. Holy moly. How did Slim get there?
Just raced back. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see him. He was going at the speed of light right there, getting that save, and you really couldn't expect that from the LBCC side to read that. Now that's an open net for Oklahoma. They don't put it on though, and now they still have that 1-goal lead. 13 seconds left, and now LBCC with a bit of possession. That's Crispy, gets it around 1, shot on target. That's going to be high. It's floating up in the air. It's in the middle of the box. It's going to be towards back the net. Schmacks has the hit, shut down, and Oklahoma by the skin of their teeth take game 4 right there, and LBCC knocking on the doorstep.
Ooh. That is an electrifying way to start off this game. Gotta point it out, Oklahoma Wesleyan, 7 shots, 3 goals, 8 shots here for LBCC. The time of possession is about as even as it can get here, Fiat. Man, oh man, just like that. Seemed like it was 2 minutes ago that we were starting this matchup between these two teams, and Oklahoma Wesleyan was looking dead in the water, getting 0-2 in the very first game. Game ones that are always pretty well known for being really back and forth, sometimes very, very high scoring, sometimes double-digit scoring. Nothing. There's 2 goals, and they all went the way of the LBCC Vikings. Now, looking at a Game 5, we are looking at a completely different Oklahoma Wesleyan squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, they did get that win, but it was really close, especially at the end there when LBCC started figuring out, hey, if we just keep challenging the ball on your side, it's going to 50 towards your net eventually. And that's really what almost got them that last goal. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull it out. Oklahoma Wesleyan, though, needs to be aware of those demos because you could see LBCC was utilizing that, and I'm sure that they have more still in their arsenal as a team. And, like, they're playing so... LBCC is finally really playing that, like, team type of Rocket League that you've been wanting to see this entire series, and it's looking great. They have that open space, and they're taking the opportunities, and now, even though Oklahoma Wesleyan on match point, LBCC now has the opportunity to take it back.
Yes, take this one. You just bring... I mean, if this was a 3-0, I'd say different story. Oklahoma Wesleyan really, literally with 5 opportunities, right, to just take one down. Series is over. Now, LBCC have taken that advantage there from game number 1. Whoa, a low, slow roller that almost hits to the corner right there off of an early shot. Panda getting credited with the save. Panda coming through. Following that one, a save up with a little bit of aggressive offensive pressure. That was a demo right there. Lofting it. Not quite going to get there. Nuki, I guess, just wanted to escort it all the way in for Prosperity. I have no idea why. Nuki would... Oklahoma Wesleyan would have loved Nuki to have been back, about 3 car lengths, ready to push this one in.
Ooh, that was a bit of an awkward opportunity for LBCC. Aston Panda had a good clear towards the Oklahoma Wesleyan net, but it wasn't on just yet. Now everyone's stuck in the corner. No, this is an open net opportunity for Nuki. Puts it in off of the rebound pass. LBCC all just floating there, just in their corner next to each other.
Yeah,
and that is not at all what they needed right there. Oklahoma takes the lead in this game, or in this game.
This is a high-level Rocket League, Fiat. That is not a play that you could frequently Control-C and Control-V. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to copy and paste that one very frequently. All 3 members, and especially just, like, there wasn't even one on the wall, right? There wasn't even one going for big boost or nothing like this. There were literally all 3 there, and all, like, pointing directly at this car. A mishap in every way, shape, and form. Honestly, LBCC is going to be happy they couldn't get scored on twice in a single play.
almost another opportunity, but Oklahoma Wesleyan has been good at shutting down those opportunities in the corner where you're just like rolling it up the wall, trying to find the center, trying to find that second man. LBCC has been resorting to that a lot, but it hasn't been working in their favor now. A bit too slow. That's going to be a 50 in the midfield. That's a shot from Burt Schmax. That's a bit too high. Two were there for the Oklahoma Wesleyan side. That's a hit down. Again, bounce up to the corner, and now Aston Panda there to play a little bit of interference. Still trying to keep it on their side. Good 50, rolls out back mid. Picked up again, though, by the first man. Fake goes for the demo, actually, and now another opportunity trying to break away, but it's stuck into the corner. Hit back into the midfield again, and now opportunity. Crispy tries to put that on net. Bit too low.
Yeah, gonna be intercepted there from the defender, Fiat. And honestly, Oklahoma Wesleyan, I'm not saying they've got it yet. Oh my God, everybody was there. Mr. Slim kind of jumps to ball a little bit too soon. Looked fantastic. Other than that, Panda reading this one perfectly to bring this one out until, I believe that's Nuki had something to say about it. Speaking of Nuki there on the defensive save, throw an epic on top of that one. Mr. Slim trying to intercept the pass and redirect this one to the inside. A fantastic attempt results in nada, though, and then Slim tries to, half flip up front in front of this one to then be able to backflip into it. I don't even know what the offensive idea there was.
Oh, pass coming out, almost a double. Oh, that would have been close for Cole Franken. Not able to put that on net, though, off the rebound. Back on their side, back on the defense, trying to find that opportunity again, and it looks like LBCC now still just playing a bit too slow compared to Oklahoma Wesleyan, just not able to find the right space that they need. That's a round one. Crispy BLG able to take that back into his corner with the full boost as well, and now there's the demo game coming out. It's a bit of a mind game now, a bit of a minefield, almost a shot coming out on target. Gets 50 there, though, floating back into the net. Slim just puts it into the corner, though, just wants to play it safe right here.
Back down bottom, Burnt Smack should be happy. This is a good angle to the corner and not an angle directly into their own. A second goal here from Oklahoma Wesleyan will be an absolute dagger to the heart. Doubling up on the offense yet again. What is Oklahoma doing? Do they know they're about to win this game on match point? Like, what?
I mean, like...
You see what I'm not being too harsh here, right?
No.
Like, they're consistently doubling these up, and Nuki especially is just, like, literally following up his teammates in positions where they never, ever need to be followed up in.
Yeah, those rotations are just so weird. They're playing so kind of just, like, freeform almost. It's kind of catching LBCC off guard. That's almost a shot on target, and it's put in. Like, Cole Franken off of that rebound, and exactly as you were saying that, you didn't know exactly what they were trying to plan, but there's that breakout opportunity. Air dribble from Nuki, puts it off the crossbar, and now they got that insurance goal tugboat. They have a bit of leaning room right here. A minute left on the clock.
Well, we're just gonna assume that I'm totally wrong, and Nuki did that to Panda on purpose and like put it against their car perfectly, just so their teammate could come forth and get that one all the way in for the second. Now, this is a solid little shot. Might be a little bit too high. Whoa! Gets hit out by crossbar, but once again, two LBCC members go at it, and that's not going to actually bite them this time. Nicely done as members of Oklahoma Wesleyan. Remember that they're on a three-person team, and they spread the field.
See, again in that corner, LBCC now needs to find something great here. It's going to have to be Crispy BLG. That's a good bang towards the right side, though. Nuki tries to shut that down immediately. It's floating up in the air. Can you get the beat? No, Bird Schmack's not really able to get it. That goes back Aston Panda to go from the Oklahoma Wesleyan side, but they only have 14 seconds left. They just need to hold on just a little bit longer, and it looks like they're going to do that. That's the clear off of Cole Franken. That's going to make this so much harder, and I believe it's going to be easy to call this for Oklahoma Wesleyan, who will be your Emergence West champions after that one. And that was a series. That was a strong series from both sides.
Wow, yeah, so two shutdowns though pitched, two shutouts pitched for Oklahoma Wesleyan. The game three right there, the 5-0, just quickly reached a point where LBCC just needed to pour it all into offense, try to get some scores, defense be damned. A 2-0 here towards the end proves then again that the 0-5 is way more of an outlier. You play 100 of these matches, some of these are going to be the 2-0s for the Vikings, some of these are going to be the 2-0s here for Wesleyan. Two very evenly matched squads met in the Emergence West Division here in the finals. A 4-1 series it did go, and we continue the theme of no sweeps, almost no sweeps across the broadcast. Well, no, actually, zero sweeps on the broadcast today. You can't. Hey, it's easy to say that one, right? Even the games that were rescheduled though did not go to a 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, just like going back to that Oklahoma Wesleyan just playing their own game. You know, they felt comfortable throughout the end of the series, even when they didn't have that lead in the series. When LBCC obviously took that game, they just played as a unit. They played strong. They played to their strengths. They were adaptable too. You know, you saw them start to implement demos immediately when they saw that, you know, it's not going to be easy to break down this midfield. So as long as you remove someone from there, you're going to be able to find an opportunity for a shot. And overall, Oklahoma Wesleyan, just an amazing performance, phenomenal team. Honestly, I can't wait to see what they do next.
Yeah, like it's a very, very exciting team. Very, very exciting team. Emergence division obviously might be a shift up, right? After performances like that, Oklahoma Wesleyan finishes the perfect season. That was a 7-0 during the regular season, and then quarter semis and finals there for a perfect 10-0 record on the season. Of course, this didn't happen bloodlessly. They gave up games here and there, but at the end of the day, when dust was settled, Oklahoma Wesleyan stood tall and proud. Folks, this has been a fantastic day of Rocket League, at least two games that we did get to broadcast of FBI Tugboat. Fiat Color has been with us. I want to give a shout out to our production staff, that is Reach over there as our observer, and Matt Geo making our jobs as casters so much easier. Very, very much appreciated. And appreciate you guys for watching. You're going to have to go and tune into the NECC Twitters and whatnot for releases on when the actual next broadcast is, because we're getting towards the end of the season. NECC will have lots of amazing competitions towards the end of this collegiate season, over the summer, live and in person, or online, I should say, and in person. You guys are just going to have to go over and tune into their social media pages and figure out the details. FBI Tugboat, Fiat, do you have anything else for the good people before we bid them adieu on this last day of broadcast for the finals?
I mean, I know we weren't able to get that many matches, but I hope you guys enjoyed what we were able to put on for you. It was a great matchup. Always amazing being here with my partner in crime. Thank you so much to the production as well, MGV. Great producer. Great to be working with him. Great to be working with everyone here at NECC. So excited to see what the future brings.
Absolutely. Very, very excited for it as well. Fiat, we will catch you guys on the flip side.